consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our county and of those whose interest you have committed to our church. Amen. Honorable members, I would like to once more welcome you to the session. And before we proceed, let us have a proposer and a seconder for the adoption of agenda.
I, Honorable Lucy, do propose for adoption of today's agenda.
Thank you, Honorable.
2 second.
Thank you, Honorable members, for that. I would like now to request the Sergeant at Arms to usher the team from Agriculture in. Honorable Keter.
You will have to keep that comprehensive because so that we don't mix that the donor. You have to make it in your introduction part of yes, NARIC and department. It has to come from you clearly. Yes.
Okay. Honorable members and the team from the Agriculture Department with our Secretariat, good afternoon. Okay, Waziri and your team, I wish to welcome you to this session. Before you is the ad hoc committee, and without wasting much time, let us have the introductory part of it. I'm Honorable Matata Benjamin Kirich. I'm the chair to this committee.
I'm Sarah Mutual, Vice Chair.
Isaiah Maina, member.
I'm Honorable John Bitok, member.
Beth Richard, member.
Julie Songo, member.
Keter Julius, member.
Itzak Mosbey, member. Rufosa Kuto, member.
Chalolai Lucy, member.
I am Tarbay Josephat, member.
Honorable Silas Kogo, member.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will now invite the Secretariat.
I'm Nancy Sitine, the Secretariat.
I'm Bombok Julius, Secretariat.
Thank you. I will now hand over to Waziri to introduce his team.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Kiplimo Arap Lagat, the CEC for Agriculture and Cooperative Development, and I am with my team. I will give them a chance to introduce themselves.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Dr. Paul Sanga. I'm the Chief Officer in charge of Agriculture.
Thank you, Chair. My name is CPA Caroline Lagat. I'm the CEO in charge of Cooperative Development.
Yeah, good morning. I'm Dr. Bitok, Director of Veterinary Services.
I'm Jared Mutai, former coordinator NARIC and coordinator of CTP.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is CPA Colin Starr, former accountant NARIC.
My name is Philip Bowen, former M&D NARIC.
Good afternoon, Chair and team. My name is Engineer Simon Mwale, Directorate of Public Works.
Okay, thank you, Waziri. Before you take the oath, we have decided that the issue to do with NARIC will not be interrogated now. So the officials of NARIC will not have a chance to sit in this session. So the Sergeant at Arms, please usher them out. Then, Mwale, were you invited to accompany this team? Were your invitation to accompany the agriculture team? So, we shall not allow you also to be in this session. The Sergeant at Arms, usher Mwale out. Now, the Sergeant at Arms now, please, can you place Waziri and the team under oath?
I, Kiplimo Arap Lagat, do hereby swear to testify on all matters in question and to tell this committee the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I, Dr. Paul Sanga, do hereby swear to testify on all matters in question to tell this committee the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I, Caroline Lagat, do hereby swear to testify on all matters in question and to tell this committee the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I, Dr. Bitok Samson, do hereby affirm and testify, or to testify on all matters in question and to tell this committee the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Okay, thank you, the Sergeant at Arms. Waziri and your team, I will now take you through the mandate of the committee. The committee was established by this House with the following mandate. With respect to flagship projects, flag and alleged non-existent projects as spelled out in the implementation committee reports laid on the table of this House on 17th September 2024. 2, 1, investigate whether there was a financial impropriety across all the departments. 2, establish whether there was a breach of constitution or any other applicable laws by state/public officers in the execution of projects. 3, investigate whether the laid down procurement processes were followed in the award of tenders. 4, recommend appropriate action to be taken against identified breaches and all responsible parties accountable. B, establish the actual cost of personnel emoluments incurred during the financial year 22-23 and 23-24 and circumstances, if any, occasioning violation of Section 107 of the Public Finance Management Act and whether public funds were irregularly paid for personnel emoluments. C, with respect to the agricultural and rural inclusive growth project, that is NARIC, I think for now, because we are not handling the issue with NARIC, I will not take you through the terms of NARIC. D, with respect to the hire of county machinery and or motor vehicles to as contained in the project implementation report laid on the table of the House on 17th September 2024, establish 1, the circumstances leading to the hire of motor vehicles. 2, whether the tendering process was adhered to in accordance with the procurement and other applicable laws. 3, the actual work done and locations, the total amount of money paid vis-a-vis the budget allocation, and 5, whether there was a value for money. And the final mandate for this committee is to report back to the House. So maybe without wasting time, I will just give Waziri less than 2 minutes to give us a brief about the department. Welcome, Waziri.
Thank you, Chair, and the committee members and the Secretariat. So as you've seen, I've come here with a team, and Department of Agriculture has got 2 chief officers, the chief officer in charge of agriculture, livestock, fisheries, and veterinary services, and the chief officer in charge of cooperative, and I'm here with them. And we also have got Kaimosi, which is under the department, although now we've, through the laws that has been passed in this house, it's now independent, but awaiting constitution of the board, which is underway. And as a department, we have a department that is tasked to provide services to the residents of Nandi in terms of extension service and different other support in terms of technology transfer to the farmers, and also to ensure that we control and monitor any occurrence of any diseases for livestock mainly, and also to support investments in the sector, working with the stakeholders and also other investors. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Waziri. In the reports that you submitted to this Honorable House and was tabled here, there was an allocation for the financial year 22-23 for the renovation of the showground in Kapsabet Ward, and I would like the CEO to give us the breakdown and the scope of work that was done at the showground.
Chair, previously we have provided...
Point of order, Honorable Chair. Kindly, I have not heard you, the department complying with our checklist.
Okay, honorable members,
and also honorable
I've been
Chair.
told, order, honorable members, I've been told by the secretariat that they have all complied.
Kindly, you can treat just like the other departments.
Okay, thank you. Honorable members, I've been told that the documents are in your files. Okay. So maybe I will now welcome the CEO to proceed.
Thank you so much. I am sure you have it in your files. Sure, there were several works that were done that accumulated up to 10 million. It was not one work. The first one was supply and installation of silo tunnel, which was 480,000. That was a greenhouse that was equipped. And then there was renovation of farm and dairy house at the cost of 1.8 million. There was a renovation of toilets within the showground, that was 150,000. There was a fencing of demo plots at around 998,800. There was repair to water troughs and fabrication of feed troughs at a cost of 314,000. There was renovation of gate, that's the gate, and the gate house, that house near the gate, at 840,700. There was renovation of agriculture main stand, that structure near the demo plots, at 1.6 million. There was installation of fence around the showground at a cost of 2.3 million. And then there is repair of lightages and charging rings, lightages and charging rings at a cost of 717,550. And then also fabrication of display racks at 642,000.
Thank you, Banasio. Maybe I will pose a question that did we really get the value for money?
Yes, we got it because the showground, by the time we were doing all these renovations, you know, exhibition and show, the last being done was over 10 years. So you can see how the place it looked like.
So we have the value for money.
Yes.
When did the exhibition take place?
It was December or around November. We did it in Kapsabet before we went to Kaimos. So it was around November.
Do you have documentary evidence to show that the exhibition took place?
Yes.
Can you submit?
Maybe our team to prepare the evidence so that we can supply later, because we didn't come with it.
Chair.
The
but
team
I'm sure, I think even the chair attended the exhibition. It was graced by the governor.
Honorable CEO, I think the ad hoc committee is not about the chair. So
Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried. I wanted to know what was the total cost for the renovation?
It exceeded by 100,000.
And what we approved was 10 million.
Yes.
Okay, which means you overseeded four other 400,000. 100.
Yes.
Wanasio, you are contradicting yourselves.
Yes.
The amount that exceeded here is 404,948. So where is the 100,000 coming in? And can you prove?
Because it is 404,948.
Chair, as they verify from the documents I have here, it's 10 million actually. 10 million, then it exceeded by that 404,948. Maybe we can...
So can the CEO substantiate the extra amount?
I think, Chair, from the look of things, that is the end of that story. It is upon the committee to look on that. Let's proceed.
Now, may I request the ICT department to project Showground. And if possible, can you indicate the renovated sites that is being alleged they were done? Back to the gate.
Chair, let them, they are running in speed, let them...
The ICT department, please, don't be faster. Eh? Can you project the gate? Wanasio, you've indicated here the gate was renovated
yes,
and the gate house.
Yes.
At a cost of 840,000.
Yes.
700.
Yes.
what was the scope of work for this gate?
The scope of work has been provided in the report that we gave.
Chair.
Honorable CEO, Honorable Member, I will give you, can the ICT department project for us properly? The gate. Now, where is the gatehouse?
Next to the gate, behind this gate. I'm seeing some, yeah. You see that one? Yeah, that one. There was no toilets.
Is that
I think, Chair.
Honorable CEO, Bwana CEO, I think the ICT department didn't locate the gatehouse.
Gatehouse is the house that is behind the gate.
Is it the police post that you are talking?
No. There is a house behind, just behind the gate.
Okay.
Chair, we are also talking of the perimeter, which fence, which costed.
Honorable members, let me give a direction to the ICT department with the help of the transport department. Can you please go back to the showground and bring for us the gate house?
Chair, it is just behind.
No, let it rest that. The ICT department to bring us the gate house that is indicated in this document. So we shall proceed as we wait for further information. So, honorable members, I have also an issue concerning the perimeter fence. Yes. That costed 2,399,200.
It's actually a concrete fence. It's not the one that you are showing. It's a concrete fence with a chain link.
It is indicated here perimeter fence.
Captured wrongly. It is not perimeter fence.
But whom do you blame for wrong information? Because the documents that are before this house originated from your department. So whom do you blame, Bwana CEO? And I will request the ICT department also to project if there is any perimeter fence at the showground.
Chair,
Honorable Keter.
Yeah, maybe as we wait for ICT department to display. It is now clearly that the amount was spent more than what it was budgeted. Can a CEO tell us where did he get this other amount?
Bwana CEO, can you respond to the issue raised by the honorable member? Where did you get the extra amount? And Bwana CEO, are you conversant with the PFM Act, the Procurement Act, Section 44?
Yes.
What does it say?
We should budget as per the budgeted amount.
So, can you explain the concerns by the honorable member?
Chair, can I step in on that issue?
Waziri, your time will come.
Honorable Chair, maybe if the CEO is unable, probably the CEO is the CECM is the one who allowed him. Can explain.
Now, I posed a question to Chair.
Honorable Keter.
Actually, it seems what we are reading here is not conversant to CEO. So who owns this report? let it come out clearly so that we know who owns this report.
For clarity, honorable members, I want the CEO to confirm because he's the accounting officer.
Chair,
The
before
report,
you
honorable members, the report that was brought to this house, we believe that you are the one who submitted to the Treasury for the CEC Finance to transmit the same report here.
Yes.
So any errors that are on this report, squarely, you will take responsibility. Yeah. So maybe I will invite...
Chair, I just wanted to give a very important information as far as the responsibility of the CEO is concerned, and to draw your attention to PFM Act, Section 164, and I'm going to read shortly, that 164.1. At the end, and before I read that, remember what we are discussing today, the reports we are discussing today, are the reports for the last 2 financial years. That is the 2022, 2023, 2023, 2024. And the officers today should be guided by the PFM Act. And it reads, at the end of each financial year, the accounting officer for a county government entity shall prepare financial statement in respect of the entity in format to be prescribed by the Accounting Standard Board. 2, the accounting officer shall include the financial statement, 1, appropriation accounts showing the services for which the appropriated money was spent. 2, the amounts actually spent on each service and the status of each vote compared with the appropriation for the vote. Statement explaining any variation between the actual expenditure and the sum voted. Any other information specified by the county, that is not part of it. Chair, the officers seated here are under oath, and they should be guided that any information given here or any information they are ready to give should be in compliance with the law. If you can read Procurement and Disposal Act, number 33 of 2015, section 44, all the way from A to F, that CEO should guide you on the kind of information you supply to this house. Thank you.
Maybe I will once more repeat a question to the CEO. The reports that you submitted to the county treasury, were they in the form that has been outlined in section 164 of the PFM Act?
Yes, Chair.
Are you sure? CEO, you know, when you delay, you are wasting our time, please. I've just asked a question. Yes. Are you sure that the report that you submitted to the county treasury for it to be brought to this house, is it in the form as prescribed in section 164 of the PFM Act?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. And
Honorable Chair, probably as a point of clarification, if it is so, could you read to us the explanation to the variation from the report? Because you said it complies, so I'm sure you explained the variation. Read it. Just read from what you have.
Chair, I think, Honorable CEO, let us be honest. If you are not conversant with these laws, please, allow the committee to proceed.
I am conversant, Chair.
So what is the structure of the quarterly report as outlined in section 164 of the PFM Act?
We should submit quarterly reports every...
In which form? In which format? Secondly, as you contemplate answering that question, are you conversant with section 53 of the Procurement Act?
Yes.
What does it state?
I'll make some reference, Chair.
The CEO, I think you are taking us in cycles. And if you continue the way you are going, I will just
Chair.
direct.
Chair.
Yes, Honorable Member.
From the look of things, the Chief Officer in charge of Agriculture seems clueless on matters of law, and this is should be a guiding principle on day-to-day operation of the department. And I think you can just give your direction and move on.
Okay, honorable members, I think that issue has not been adequately addressed by the CEO. So the remaining bit is for the consumption of the committee. And I will allow that we proceed as we wait for the ICT team so that we revisit the issue in Showground. I will now give honorable members to pursue their questions. Honorable Maina.
Well, it seems to me that the CC wanted to give an answer on it. I thought probably, maybe he knows, maybe he's the one who gave the order for the extra money to be spent.
Chair, the PFM talks about the accounting officer. It's specific on the roles of every position.
I think, honorable members, I've ruled that that issue is left for the committee to
guided
for the consumption of the committee. Guided. So maybe I will invite the honorable members to pose more questions to the department. Honorable Keter.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think we can go to, I also, since I sat on the budgetary committee for this county chair, and I know we budgeted some amount for Acaricide. And what was spent 2022, 2023, and 2023, 2024? How much did we spend, and the quantity of that Acaricide? Can the CEO brief us on over the same, Chair?
The CEO, please proceed.
In the year 2022-2023, the amount that was budgeted for Acaricides was 2.5, and the amount budgeted in 2023-2024 was 6 million. And we have provided the distribution list.
Could you, Chair, could you kindly take us through the distribution list and quantity?
Total amount first, through the Chair.
The total amount, honorable members, for the 2 financial years is 8,500,000 as it has been responded. So let him take us.
Chair is mentioning
He
6
He
million.
mentioned something else. Let him give
Honorable
us.
members, order. He mentioned 2.5 and 6 million. So totaling to a figure of 8.5. So for the 2 financial years. So maybe, Bwana CEO, can you break down the amount, the kind of acaricide?
We have Dominex, Neurotrans, Almatics, and Cypatics.
What were the quantities?
Total quantities for Dominex is around 825 liters. For Neurotrans, 900 liters. Almatics, 500 liters. And for Cypatics, 200 liters.
So do we have the distribution documents for the same quantities of the acaricides, showing specific beneficiaries?
We gave as per word, not as per the dip.
So how many liters did each ward got?
It varied. Some more, some less.
Reason.
Like, it depends on the, it depends on the dips.
Honorable Chair, maybe it could be more useful if he gave us the schedule which he used, that we can make the determination ourselves. If he had any. Was he following any formula written down so he can share with us? Was the witness following any formula?
Actually, it was depends on the requests by Waishimiwa, because dips in some words are not as active in some other words. So you can find out that some words took more acaricides, because you cannot compare maybe, for example, Mosop and maybe a word like, there are some words which I don't want to mention that. There are some words we don't require much of acaricides as compared to others.
So, Bwana CEO, the issue is, do you have a schedule?
Yes, I have a list.
So can you provide?
Honorable Chair, I think the list is okay, but does he have any program? And maybe, and the CC or the others can help us as well. Is it that you have already looked around and mapped, and you know the kettle dips, and you have identified, you say these ones are very active, these ones are not, and things like that, and you have already identified that these requirements are these. What is the average, so that we can be able to make sense?
You can respond.
The CEO, the answer,
Yes.
the question is to you, please.
Yes.
But you can ask any of your officers to help you.
Yes, I have my technical team here, who is Dr. Pitok. Maybe he can respond a bit on that.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. To respond to the question from the honorable member, as regards any program in place. As we are all aware, every financial year,
Honorable Chair, maybe I would like
I think the director, you are going what has been asked.
Yes.
The honorable member is just asking that, do you have a program? Have you identified, for example, let us use an example of my ward here, Kapsabet. Have you identified the number of dips, the ones that are active, so that it can guide you in the distributions of acaricides?
Yes, Chair, I'm getting there. So,
do you have the?
And I want to be specific, and to the whole team, please, just be specific to the questions so that we don't have a lot of explanations.
Thank you, Chair. So what I wanted to say was that every year, every ward has some dips to be renovated.
Do they have a
priority
program?
is given to those cattle dips.
Honorable Chair, does he have a program?
Honorable member, let us give him time to respond so that we shall engage.
Yes. So those cattle dips that are renovated are given first priority in the distribution of Acaricide. So every cattle dip that is renovated in every ward must get a supply of Acaricide. Secondly, the other criteria is we have challenges in our cattle dips. The cattle dips, when they have challenges of, financial challenges to the extent that they are unable to run their cattle dips, then they come through you honorable members to request for support from the government. And we issue them with Acaricides on the basis of supporting them so that they can have a revolving fund on their side. 3, there are those cattle dips that have been dormant for some time because of one reason or the other. We identify them and we give priority to ensure that they are revived so that we can...
Chair, accuracy of facts.
Yes.
We have a cattle dip chair called Kaputier, which it was near court here, that it was repaired and everything else was done, but it's non-operational. What are the I can see the member here is just misleading us because it was repaired, but it does not work. It doesn't have those Acaricides. So is it true when they say they are prioritizing the one which has been repaired?
Honorable Chair, and that's why, in as much as I seem to be interjecting, all I wanted the officer to say was, if they have a program, he says, yes, we do, and then he shares with us. If they don't, then he says, we just decide without any program.
Bwana Director, do you have a program?
Yes, Chair. We have.
Can you share with us?
So, through the Chair, kindly allow us to provide after this session, because we did not come with it.
Chair, let me, I don't know, so that we end up not getting the wrong thing after they provide. I think the question we are asking is, for Kaptumo Kaboy, what plans are there? And I've been assisted, I don't want to deny that, but without a formula. In fact, I think the CEO didn't want to mention that my ward has got only maybe 3 dips that are operational, so I don't deserve more. But so he should, the director should tell us, does he have a plan? Does he have a plan for all the wards? So that a ward like Chepterwai could be having more cows and therefore deserves more Acaricides. That would be okay. But if it is not there, Chairman, if it is not there, let us not, and I think it is a question of policy. What is the policy? When you get these Acaricides, do you give it to friends or do you give it to your home area or something like that? Maybe, yeah.
So, Chair, thank you so much. Our question here is, Bwana CEO said it's upon request by the honorable member. The plan that we are talking about is that even if there is no request upon the honorable member, do you have any program for all the wards? So that if I don't come to your office, my dips are also captured for Acaricides. Thank you.
Can I respond?
So maybe let me allow the Waziri to...
Chair, before you allow...
Yes.
Before you allow Waziri, I'm very much afraid that if we allow... what is wrong, they will go and make that even if it was not there. So it has to come clearly. If you give, even if it is me, You give me a chance that I bring tomorrow.
Honorable
I will
member,
work overnight. That's why we are worried. He has to confirm whether it is there or not.
Honorable Keter, I think I've not allowed their demand.
Chair.
I've not made any directions concerning that. So maybe I will just direct that if you don't have it now.
Respond, Chair, on that first. So that
Chair, I just
let us hear Honorable Bet, and then I will give to Waziri to
Chair,
respond.
before Waziri responds, all these questions we are asking, you people, the CCCU and the directors, is within the Constitution. And I keep on reminding you because we have a responsibility to obey the Constitution. You all took an oath to protect the Constitution. And we are all creatures of this Constitution of 2010. And I always keep reminding people and their responsibilities. And Chair, if you can allow, I can draw them to the attention of Article 232 on values and principles of public service. The reason as to why we are taking, these guys are taking us in cycles, seems not to understand the principle of public service. And it reads, values and principles of public service, Article 232(1). The values and principles of public service include 1, high standards of professionalism, ethics. 2, efficient, effective, and economic use of resources. 3, responsive, prompt, effective, impartial, equitable provisions of services. Are you getting it, Mr. CEO? Equitable distribution of services, and that is why people are asking, which criteria are you using? D, involvement of people in the process of policy making. E, accountability for administrative acts. Accountability for administrative acts. I don't know whether you understand these things. And F, transparency and provision to the public of timely, accurate information. If you comply with this Constitution, all these answers, all these questions we are asking, Chair, should have been answered long time ago. Thank you.
So maybe I will allow, and before I allow Waziri, I will just pose a question to the CEO and the directors. Do you have the Constitution in your offices? From the articles that has been read, have you ever come across? You know, Bwana CEO, from the previous questioning, I cannot trust you. Because you are not conversant with the Procurement Act and the Finance Act. So it is better even for the other team to, Madam CEO, Madam Director, CEO, are you conversant with the articles of this Constitution?
Yes, I am, Chair.
Have you been operating?
To the extent of my mandate, I've been operating according to the laws provided by the Constitution and the Governments Act, County Governments Act.
Okay, maybe I will give Waziri to respond to the issues that have been raised concerning the Acaricides and the dips.
Thank you, Chair and members. I would say, generally, if you look at the idea of cattle dips in the modern age, increasingly a number of our farmers, of course, are opting for the home spraying for purposes of not...
Point of order, Honorable Chairman. Which question is he answering?
He is answering the question about the program of Acaricides. So I think he is giving the background information. So let us allow him.
Chair, before
yes, Honorable Keter.
Before we allow CC to answer, does it mean they have not been doing their meetings and brief within departmental? Because I'm very much what the CCs know, the CEO must be knowing. Can it come up clearly, Mr. Chair?
And Chair, I think for also my advantage of my tenure in office, I'll be able to give a long-standing policy on cattle dips. And I think you'll all agree that since this house came in place, we've had some progress, especially changing. What we used to do was to allow every ward.
Chair, I was specifically in a
Honorable
question.
Keter, please let us allow Waziri to proceed.
But he's
giving us explanation, Chair. Protect us. I've just asked, have they been doing meetings departmental
honorable
level?
members, let me guide. Waziri, please go to the program on how, leave the background information. Go specifically to the, do you have a program?
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
I think the question should be, what keeps a program alive is actually the policy. What is the policy in the department? And what I was actually, and I think one of the members said, it could be the issue of the policy, not necessarily the program. So that's what I was trying to drive at. If you can allow me, I'll be able to say, what is the policy as a department when it comes to the issue of cattle dips and even giving acaricides?
So, Honorable Chair, does the department have a policy on cattle dips?
Thank you, and I think the issue here is you have a written policy or not. Some policies are not necessarily supposed to be documented in terms of written. It's about the culture of operation in the department.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order, Chair.
And Waziri,
is the Honorable Waziri, whom we respect so much, able to lie to this house that there are unwritten policies, when we know this is a county government is a recognized institution by law, and anything documented and referred to as a policy should be written. So if the Honorable...
And for the benefit of the House, Waziri, you've made that some policies are not written. What about now, if you, for example, today, you exit office, what will guide the person that will come after you in terms of implementation of programs if the policies are not written?
Chair, and I think what I actually mentioned is that you could be particular about Nandi policy, for example, in terms of Acaricide, cattle dips. But what I'm saying, we are also guided, by the way, by the national laws also on the same and policies. And the policy has been, for us, we want also to encourage our farmers to shift.
Honorable Chair, which policy is he referring to? Could he allow us to look at it? Could he lead us to where he is referring?
Thank you. What I want to say is this, in terms of the program of the...
Waziri, so that...
what guides the policy?
Let me guide you, Waziri. Please, if there is no policy, let us not try to challenge that so that
okay.
we move forward.
Let me just say there's no written policy specifically, but we have a program, okay? And in terms of looking at what we have been doing ordinarily, traditionally, it was like we have a lot of cattle dips to renovate all over the county. You remember when the dairy industry went down, most of the cattle dips went down also. And most of the committees could not run. But when the devolution came in, requests, and because it's a devolved function, came through during public participation as priorities. But we could not fix all of them. But I think then there was no clear law to guide in terms of prioritization. So what we have been doing is, we say we are renovating 2 cattle dips per ward for 30 wards. So that's 60 cattle dips to be renovated. And then we work with the area member of county assembly to identify the priority cattle dips. But the challenge has been sometimes people will take a photo of a cattle dip that has been defunct. Like for example, probably the one near Kapsabet or some locations where there are no longer farmers doing dairy. They have abandoned it. So what we have decided to do is that it has to be a priority from the community. If they need that cattle dip to be renovated, they should write through the area member of county assembly, it comes to the department, then we prioritize. That way, it will allow you to go to budget.
Chairman. Point of order.
Honorable Minor, please allow Waziri to...
Point of order. You know, this is House of Record, Chairman. It is important. I wonder why the CECM would like to talk about the MCA when there is a ward admin. You are in the executive. What is the role of the ward admin in this business?
Thank you.
Do you work with them?
We work with them, and I think it's either way. In fact, some farmers come directly to us. Some farmers come through the area member of county assembly because you are representing them, but also some come officially through now our ward and also our staff as a department. We have veterinary officers, and we have, so what we are saying is that with the process that this house has passed, the law on equitable development fund, it will be now easy for us as a department because I don't need to fix 2 cattle dips per ward, because I can tell you for a fact that some communities have cattle dips and they are now requesting us to convert the land into something else because majority of the farmers there no longer dip their cows through the cattle dip, but they prefer to use the home spread.
So, you know, Waziri, you've not answered to the question about acaricides.
That is what I was coming at. So in terms of what we did to put the amount in the budget for acaricides was that every time you renovate a cattle dip and the committee is in place, you give them a startup capital in terms of acaricides. They are expected to charge every cow that is dipped there. That is the amount they will use to replenish the acaricides in that cattle dip. Otherwise, for we have had, of course, requests of communities that are, as my director has said, probably for some reason, the number of cattle dip is less over time, you are unable to recoup the amount to replenish the cattle dip. So you'll have to request the county that can you help us to replenish our cattle dips.
Okay, I think honorable members, the answers that have been given by Wasiri, I want to, Honorable Trufosa, do you have anything?
Thank you, Chair. I have heard the CC saying that they have been doing renovations 2 cattle dips per ward. And now we have already finished 2 years down the line. The renovations which were done as for 2023-2024. What of 2022-2023? Because to me, I know the 2 cattle dips which have been renovated for 2023-2024. What of 2022-2023? That is my question.
Waziri?
Probably we'll need to make reference to the report because we had that. Okay, I'm informed that for the 2022-2023, we did not have the allocations for the cattle dip. I think we had only some few identified in some particular wards. There are about 8 of them, not for all there. But as you probably members may recall, is that we resumed back to that program in the 2023-2024. And right now, we are going back to the Equitable Development Fund approach.
You know, Siri, I was asking, as per your question, that you are doing 2 cattle dips renovation per year. That's why I was asking, where is for 2022-2023?
Thank you.
Honorable Chair, would it be okay then to conclude, these officers, that you have been operating on a policy of anything goes? Ideally, there is actually no plan. You are just proceeding as you choose. And maybe as you answer, these 8,500,000, was it based on anything? And was the work, what was the mode of procurement?
Chair, allow me, because a question I had is related to what the honorable member has asked.
Proceed.
Now, Chair, you have a company called Moiben Connection Limited, PO Box Eldoret, Mashambani Farm Inputs, PO Box Eldoret, Chiapas Limited, PO Box Eldoret, Kalistemon Company Limited, PO Box Eldoret, and finally Kamogich, PO Box E10. All these are pre-qualified, or there is some contract I've seen here, some evidence to supply acaricides and AI materials. My question is this a pure coincidence? Isn't there a company like Riptany in PO Box Capcheno, because we are in an era of devolution. I'm suspecting, unless it is proven otherwise, that it is a deliberate scheme towards some end. Thank you, Chair.
Chair,
CEO,
these are companies under a multi-supplier framework contract, and there was an advertisement, and it was done. In fact, when I came in, I was told it was done twice. It was done once and twice. So it is not to our limitation to make sure that the companies in Nandi County to apply. And I have provided those companies that were shortlisted and given the contract under the framework.
Vice Chair.
Okay. Yeah, in Kosirai ward, there are 14 operational cattle dips, and only 4 have gotten the Acaricide for the 2 financial years. The others are still waiting, and there are times they say what criteria is being used, and I cannot answer them at times. So the repairs has been done to some of the cattle dips, but there is one cattle dip in Tarit Moi that has been repaired it has been repaired 3 times. I think there is a group of honorable members who visited that cattle dip. I have raised alarm that that cattle dip is in a wrong place. It is in a rebellion run inside the reeds, and every other time they do renovation, the pit cannot hold the water. So there is no value of money to that dip. I have raised the same issue to the department that they were supposed to go and visit and see exactly where the dip is located, so that they can make arrangement to relocate the cattle dip. And it is the only cattle dip that is serving the whole sub-location. The farmers now are suffering, and there's a lot of money that has been pumped into that cattle dip, and it is not operational. So I don't know up to when will they take action.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Vice Chair. Waziri, can you agree with me that sometimes you can be misled by your juniors? Can you agree with me?
When the mic is still yours, Honorable Chair. Can it
a
be
little,
no. Can that dip be projected, please?
I want to.
Yes.
Something I want to Nini. Waziri, can you agree that you have been misled at the floor of this house? Now.
Depends on the specific issue, and I think.
No, can you agree first so that I will give the details? That you have been misled, and it is now on record that you have been misled. Waziri, through the consultations that you made, and going by the question by Honorable Trufosa, your juniors advised you that there were no money made for renovations of dips in the year 2022-2023. Here is the budget. Here is the budget.
All the 30 watts?
Here is the budget. And now, the amount, and in fact, it is indicated countywide, 3 million. Now, how comes now the CEO, you are accepting the budgetary allocation, and you are the one misleading Waziri?
No, I have not misled him.
You misled Waziri by saying there were no allocations.
You are saying, we said it was not too. Sorry for that.
It was not for all the 30 or 2 per ward. What I was responding was only the idea of the 2 per ward.
No, Waziri, you've been advised by your juniors, and we can request even the ICT team to replay back the recordings.
What I said was that.
So, there were allocations for renovations of dips, 3 million.
But not for the 24, for the 30 wards. It was only for the 8 cattle dips. These were identified through the RRI.
You
Chair,
didn't
I am aware,
indicate-
I'm very much aware. These were actually flow from the other year. In fact, it was an RRI identified cattle dips.
Okay.
In 2022.
There is an issue raised by Honorable Tololei, please.
I was talking about the dip, the cattle dip that Mheshimiwa Mutuala has been talking about. The residents were saying that renovation has been done twice. I mean, money has been allocated there twice. The structure itself is a bit nice. I don't know why it is not operational.
Chair, can I respond to that, please? Okay.
Team, please project the structure. That is the one. That structure has been allocated money twice, Waziri. And it is not operational.
It's not the only cattle dip we have issues with. There are several others, and as I mentioned, we can actually renovate a cattle dip. And I think the problem...
Waziri, we are talking about this
then.
cattle dip.
The challenge with us, that's why I said cattle dips are community
Maybe Waziri can tell us if he has been to this cattle dip.
Not yet.
Other members, please.
Before we go to the specifics of the project, I just wanted to give an overview to members on the challenges we are having in cattle dips.
Chair, there is very important issue you've been given direction before. The CEC should strictly answer questions related to that cattle dip, not giving us background of other dips around the county.
Waziri, can you just be specific to the one that has been projected? And that issue, it is, we have the area MCA here, and for clarity, she's here to respond.
Maybe before I keep directed to support my argument, this cattle dip, the way Mheshimiwa amesema, is located in a swampy area. So the contractor has been trying to renovate it. Once even before it is complete, it collapsed on the sites. So there is a problem with the site, and that's why we have been talking with her. We change the site. We find the funds so that we can change the site.
Through the chair, may I ask the chief of staff?
It is in the swampy area.
How many, chief of staff, how many times have you allocated this money to the same dip?
I think it is one of those which was allocated in 2022 to 2023.
Chair.
What
Yes,
was
Honour.
the reason of budgeting for those 2 financial years? 2022, 2023, 2023, 2024. Same dip.
We never budgeted in 2022, 2023. I think it was 18-19.
Chairman.
Yes, Honorable.
I have a question. You know, I was once an officer in the same department. And be honest, Waziri, kindly tell us if the budget is enough. Because maybe we have many dips county-wide. And maybe, why don't you be honest and say the funds is not enough? If it is enough, because we are just repeating the same, because maybe some other ones are not benefiting from your maybe your locations.
Okay.
Why don't you share the light
Chair, can I
concerning
respond?
Yeah.
And I think I alluded to during my first response that we have actually several cattle dips that need to be renovated. In fact, we did some survey, and there were about 400 that needed about 376. We did a survey. In fact, I commissioned a survey. We needed almost 150 million to renovate all cattle dips and make them operational at once. But as I said, resource constraint, but number 2 also on priority basis. And also the usage. There are some cattle dips that even if we do what, they will no longer be in use because the area, if you come to like my village in Nandi Hills, we have a cattle dip just next to my home, but people have opted not to use the cattle dips. So I've been asking them, can you place a request so that we can renovate?
Chair,
but nobody is
Chair.
ready to
Chair,
renovate.
while the CCO is on mic,
We have heard of cattle being renovated, and before even they are used, they collapse. Can the department confirm to this honorable house how many cattle dips, including that one? Because they are saying they have renovated, but it's collapsing. How many have collapsed immediately after renovation?
Thank you. I'll complete that question, then I'll probably respond to that. So as we were saying, is that we have a budgetary constraint, and the beauty with this new law now on equitable development is that we will not force, we will not be budgeting or appropriating resources for a ward that they may not need. They can even use that money to do an ECD instead of, if they know for sure that they don't need a cattle dip that year. So that was what we're saying, it will help us so that we can only fix cattle dips that are of priority to the farmers. Because some cattle dips we even renovated in the past, because farmers are not in need of it, it has even, if you go there, you'll wonder, why did you even renovate this cattle dip in the first place?
Honorable Chair.
Waziri, proceed to respond to the question raised
yes.
by Honorable Tarbi.
Yes, thank you. On the issue of Tarbi, and I think it's affecting most of all our projects. When you actually begin to appropriate, like we normally say, we have allocated 24 million to 30 wards. Because on average, we know to renovate a cattle dip could come maybe around 500 or 400,000. Then you go to a cattle dip, when you estimate, you find that that cattle dip requires maybe 1 million to renovate. So sometimes I think when we start looking at the designs of renovating, and traditionally, historically, you look at the cattle dips, they were actually designed during colonial times. Some of them were put along the riverbanks. The soil structure has changed over time. So the challenge is we need to relocate some of them. We need to probably redesign some of them, like we've been redesigning, changing the volumes, because the number of cows are less and you don't need a lot of...
Chair, my question was just on a number of cattle dips that the department have renovated and they have collapsed. It's just a matter of giving figures in numbers.
I'm informed that we have 2 cattle dips that have collapsed, Koros, that is in Kapchorwa ward, and also Toret Moi in Kosirai ward.
Waziri, I want to ask a question. You have been the CECM
Chair
in agriculture for the last 7 years. Waziri, you have been the
Correction,
CCM...
I'm told the other one was leakage. The one in Kosirai is the leakage, not collapsing.
You have been the CCM agriculture for the last 7 years. How do you see these things that 7 years down the line, we are still talking of a dip that should have been fixed 7 years down the line?
Honorable Chair, I think there is one in Chemelil Chamasi, and I'm requesting the ICT to project that. And if the officials from the Department of Agriculture do not know this, especially Waziri.
Maybe, Chair, on this,
when was this dip renovated, Waziri?
we probably might need to get the records.
And the name.
And the details, Chair, is that, as I mentioned, we have a challenge with cattle dips. It's not only this place. Look at a situation where a cattle dip has got no committee. And
Honorable,
it was renovated.
Waziri,
yes.
Are you aware of the status of that dip, or you have just found it on our cameras?
No, we are quite aware, and this is not the only one. That's what I said. We have some
No,
cattle dips that have
specifically for
collapsed.
that one.
Yes.
Specifically for that one. Do you have any prior information about that dip, Waziri?
Yes, we got this information sometime
When?
back.
When?
I cannot recall the exact year, but
When
what
did
we
you-
what
how-
we established was...
What was the
this
channel
cattle
of
dip-
information, Waziri?
the
Was it
challenge-
through a phone call or a written documentary evidence?
Not written, but I think we were informed through public information. But the challenge was, as I said, somebody will report a cattle dip, but he's not a farmer, he's not a dairy farmer. There's no, what we have said is that the committee, cattle dip committee should actually place the request. In the past,
now,
we have had
Waziri, I want you to be clear on this.
Yeah.
You've said that you received information about that cattle dip that has been projected in our screen. When was that information? When did you receive the information about that cattle dip?
I think you remember we had a meeting, joint meeting in King Solomon in the evening. And this was reported as a case. And remember, the approach now we are using in budgeting.
Joint meeting. Honorable members, please let us have order, please.
This was reported by our
Honorable Waziri, I want to be specific. The ICT team, can you still project that dip?
Honorable Chair, through your permission, maybe you could allow the director to respond to that one.
No. I want to get clear facts. Waziri, you said you received information on this dip. When was it?
From the M&E report that we received last year. This was captured.
Now, have you made, as the head of that department, have you made personal efforts to go to that site?
What we have personally not.
No.
Because the
so
report
no. It is just enough, Waziri. I don't need more explanation on that. So maybe CEO, have you the information about the same dip? Has it come to your attention?
I was told that it was repaired and then there was stopped.
Who told you?
Got the report from the director.
When?
Sometimes back. And chair.
When?
Early this year.
Early this year.
Yeah. And you
so
know, chair,
will I be wrong to say either January, February, or March?
No, March. No. I can't give the exact date.
No, you've said early this year. What parameters guarantees for early this year?
Around April or May.
Now, let me give you the advantage of May.
Honorable Chair,
Honorable members,
skip that and ask the director.
Let me give you the advantage that you received the information May. Today is October. What have you done on the same?
Okay, Honorable Chair, you know, we only work based on the budget as you had advised and priorities of the ward. And as you are aware, every member was giving us priorities of the 2 dips to be repaired. So if the area MCA didn't give us the same dip as a priority,
Honorable
we repaired
Chair.
what they gave us.
Honorable Chair, I think there is an area which these officials should be very categorical about. Even if they have had their own unofficial engagements with the area MCA, it should not be in the record of this house, of this committee, that it is the MCA who allows, so that he wants to claim that probably the area MCA has refused and he needs to wait for the area MCA to allow him to go and repair that cattle dip.
Maybe, Chair, for clarification.
Okay, honorable members, I want to rule that now the issue of the dips and the Acaricide.
Just for clarification, Chair.
Yes.
The CEO seems to be talking from a different language. This is a cattle dip that was renovated by the county, but before even the residents used it, it collapsed. So which budget are we talking? The information from the ground is that the dip was being renovated by the county.
Accuracy.
When it collapsed. So it's not a matter of rebudgeting for the same.
To add on that, Chair, what is the name of this cattle dip we are talking about? To the department have all the list of the cattle dips from every ward. So we are only talking of the cattle dip, and we don't know the name of the cattle dip.
Chair, allow me to give director to respond on the details of that.
Chair, before before the director responds, mine is very simple question. How much is the cost of constructing a new cattle tip and renovating one? How much is the cost of building one construction from zero to complete?
For constructing, you might not have an information ahead because, as I've said, depending with the soil structure, the substructure might be even more costly from one location to the other. So it's going to vary.
And the remoteness of the area.
Order, honorable members. Waziri, there is a question that has been posed by Honorable Trufosa. And I want to direct the same question to you because you are the head of the department. That dip that is being projected there, what is the name?
Chimalan.
Okay, honorable members, I want to rule that we proceed to the next item.
Chair,
any other further information
Chair,
concerning that?
Point of information,
yes.
Not a question. We've talked much about Kapkwang kettle dip. The dip is called Kapkwang. And Chair, like you said, this is a committee with objectivity on its finding. We were looking and trying to get to know, was there any value for money? This was a structure that existed before, a renovation was done, and within a very short while, the whole thing was down. The walling was down. So once we've been given information, and to make the matter worse, we have all realized that the entire department have no information on the status of that kettle dip. Point number one. Number two, they cannot account for the money that were used. Just to make a ruling, we proceed to the next question.
And that is why, honorable members, have ruled that the item on the cattle dips and the acaricides, the remaining bit of it is for the committee to consume.
Chair, if you could give us a fair response on that specific, because I had requested director and you never gave me a chance that he could give the specific details of.
Please. Chair, before you give that,
honorable members, please let us be orderly.
Yes,
Sure.
Chair.
Yes.
That one, there is a question I ask, but they have been trying to, they have not answered. The one, because if the CC cannot answer, the CEO cannot answer, then you refer back to director. Does it mean this department has been, how does the department operate? Does it mean they have not been having a consultative meeting over the same? Because that is what is consuming our time.
Okay, maybe I will allow the director to respond the final issue concerning the projected dip.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The projected cattle dip is in Chemaza Chemelil Ward. It is one of the dips that is allocated in the 22-23 financial year, the 3 million that you mentioned, Honorable Chair. Now, in the process of construction, there were heavy rains, and it seems like the cattle dip is in the path of stormwater. So that's actually stormwater which crushed the cattle dip, causing that damage. And since then, we have recommended that since that place seems to be a stormwater path, it is not.
Point of order, Honorable Chairman. Point of order.
Yes, what is the point of order?
Honorable Chairman, I think you see the officers want to make us believe that the cattle dips cite themselves. That somehow the cattle dips will go and find themselves in a riparian area and then construct themselves and then collapse by themselves. Isn't it that the reason why you are there is because you are qualified, you are competent? Are you not just suggesting to us now that probably the positions you occupy are actually a drain on the county government of Nandi and the people at large? Because you seem to suggest that the cattle dips have a problem and not yourselves.
If Chair
yes. Okay, thank you, Honorable Member. Maybe I will allow the director to proceed and explain the circumstances surrounding that dip.
So I've said that during construction, stormwater passed through the dip and it caused the destruction. 2, the siting of the cattle dip. It's not as it is actually cited by the community that is the beneficiary of the cattle dip. So the community...
Director, let me, for clarity, is this a new cattle dip?
Yes. It's a new cattle dip that was allocated money in the 22-23 financial year.
How much money was allocated?
New cattle dips, we normally do it in 2 phases, 600,000, 600,000. So it was supposed that what was consumed there was for the first
Director, before you went ahead to construct that cattle dip, did you not have any information from the community? Because now you are alleging that that dip was constructed on a storm of water pathway.
At the time of siting, we did not notice any how do I call it now? We did not notice any anomaly because it's Wananchi who gave us that this is the site that we have identified as Wananchi.
Yes or no?
I'm a bit worried, Chair, because for such building to be done, the feasibility studies should be done, whereby you establish when there is a drainage or does it mean you went ahead and build without feasibility studies of the said area?
Honorable Chair, you know, land nowadays is very scarce, and when you ask Wananchi to donate land for a construction of a certain facility for public use, that was the land that was given to us by Wananchi, and it was a disciplinary identification. We were there.
Honorable
was there.
Director, maybe I will allow Honorable Sum and then Honorable Tarbei.
Yes, Honorable Chair. Thank you. I was among the team that visited that dip, and for sure, it is not in a pathway for the floods. We were in that site. The dip collapsed because of poor workmanship. We were there. And Honorable Chair, this is one of the projects among many that has no value for money. But the department continues to invest in such projects which are not sustainable immediately they are completed. So the government has lost money and necessary action should be taken.
Director, on a follow-up question, who supervised the construction of the works?
Our county agricultural engineer.
Agricultural?
Engineer.
Okay. Give us the names.
Engineer Zakaria Kipkemboi.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Tarbei?
Yeah, I had posed a question to the head of the department, and he told me he's aware of just 2 cattle dips that have collapsed. So we are aware this one, the engineer was aware, but the CEC is not aware. Are we having a head of institution who is not aware of what is happening in his own house, Chair? Because it's on record that the CEC confirmed that he's aware of only 2 dips that have collapsed. And this is only the one we sampled, Chair. Out of the number of dips he said, we don't know the status of the others.
Maybe, Chair, I could...
Waziri?
And I wanted to say that when you say collapse, it can collapse in which manner? Is it the structure or operations?
Thank you for the answer, Chair. I don't need more explanation.
So what I wanted, Chair, was this, on terms of generally about cattle dip, as I close on this, is that we are not going to renovate all cattle dips. Even those that have collapsed, it will depend on the priority of the community, availability of the land, and the beauty with this is that now we have Equitable Development Fund. We are now seeing wards changing their priorities, and I think it's giving us an advantage.
Chairman, accuracy of facts. I've listened many times. CEC talk of Ward Development Fund. How does it relate with projects that have collapsed? You should keep off the Ward Development Fund and focus on the questions we've asked.
It's equitable, Chair. Equitable Development Fund.
It has got nothing to the project to do with the project.
What I said,
Subject of discussion.
Order, honorable members and Waziri, order, please.
Chair,
let me give
what
directions.
fund has no subject? There's no any relationship with the questions we are
Give me
asking.
a fair time to respond. So that I
Okay,
can correct.
Waziri, proceed.
Thank you. What I wanted to say is this. For a very long time, we have not had a very clear way of identifying priorities in terms of cattle dips. Sometimes communities just, or somebody
Honorable
just take
Chairman,
a photo.
Point of order. When
Honorable
the CCM
member, no, I will not allow. Let us allow the CC first.
But we cannot allow it to mislead us.
You are out of order, please. Proceed, Waziri.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. The issue here is the process of identification. When you do general participation, public participation, without allowing communities to prioritize also their resources, you end up giving a blanket allocation to counties. For example, when you appropriate 24 million and say we are fixing only 2 cattle dips per ward.
Chair,
it is wrong.
Protect us from also lies. How can Waziri say that we have not been doing public participation while every budget we must visit to the wards almost 3 times?
In addition to that, Honorable Chair, we have a CIDP and an ADP. There is no way we can allow Waziri to lie to the people and to us.
And I'm not lying, Chair. It's just that I've said priority process. How you identify ADP.
Honorable members, honorable
Chairman,
members,
honorable
members and the Waziri, let me rule that let the issue on the dips and the acaricides, let us now stop at that. Let us proceed to the next item.
Okay.
So that we can consume.
Excuse me, Chair.
Yes.
This is just a simple question to our CC. So may I ask the CC this question? How many times has he visited Kabiet dairies and how many times has he visited cattle dips to advise farmers because there is the source of the milk to Kabiet dairies?
I cannot count the times, but I've visited several cattle dips, and not all of them, because we have several cattle dips. But I've said I've visited a good number of them, especially during opening or during vaccinations. I have visited several.
The issue, Waziri, the issue for clarity, my vice here is asking, how many times have you visited Kabiet dairies? Not even Kabiet dairies, the Nandi County, the NCC, vis-a-vis your visits to the cattle dips.
In fact, visits to the cattle dips could be more because I have been visiting during the vaccination and even meetings. And of course, when there is an event or when we're visiting to check on the progress of the renovations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Honorable members, I will now proceed to the next item, the issue to do with the vaccines.
Chair.
Yes, Chair.
I want to ask the question about the vaccine. Okay. How much did you spend for financial year 2022, 2023, 2023, 2024 on purchase of vaccines? And then give us the breakdown of types of vaccine bought and corresponding to the quantities.
For the financial year 2022-2023, we purchased several vaccines, that is foot and mouth disease vaccine, black water anthrax vaccine, lumpy skin, and rabies.
How much did you use, Bonasio?
For foot and mouth, we use 7.2 million. And then for anthrax and black water, we use 2 million. For lumpy skin and rabies, we use 2.7 million.
Totaling to?
11,900,000. And the rabies is 1.2, while the lumpy skin, lumpy skin is 1.2, while and rabies is 1.5. No.
Kindly, CEO, come clear.
CEO, can you come clearly?
We put 10,000 doses of LSD, 40,000 doses of LSD, and 10,000 doses of anti-rabies.
Through the chair, can the CEO come clear? Kindly. Foot and mouth, how many doses at how much?
Okay, foot and mouth disease, 40,000 doses at 7.2 million.
Continue.
Black water anthrax, 40,000 doses at 2 million. And then lumpy skin, 40,000 doses at 1.5. And lastly, anti-rabies, 10,000 doses at 1.2, totaling 2.7.
Okay, on that issue of
Through chair,
vaccines,
Through chair.
Yes, Honorable
CEO
Bridget.
told us that he has spent 11,900,000. I think I'm clear. Yes, and whatever he's giving us here, it's not adding up.
Maybe I've not captured.
I think the figures are correct, Honorable Bridget.
7.2.
Maybe on that issue of vaccines, there was a motion. Waziri and your CEO, there was a motion that was passed on this house. How far have you implemented that motion?
For anti-rabies?
Yes.
Anti-rabies was done in all the wards with concurrently with other vaccines.
Now, were you doing it in tandem with the motion?
Yes, the motion had requested that anti-rabies to be done in the entire county, and we did it.
When was the motion passed?
When I came in, I remember when I was being interrogated here, I was told by MCAs or COSOPA that they have just passed a motion concerning rabies.
Honorable members, please consult in low tones. Yes, proceed, CEO.
I say I remember when I was being interrogated here, the MCA, Songo Sopa, told me that in the House, a motion has been passed to propel us to do anti-rabies vaccination.
So you proceeded and implemented?
We procured the vaccines and we have done. And before then, Director can attest, they have been doing these anti-rabies vaccines based on outbreak.
Okay. So, honorable members, you can proceed to...
Maybe on a follow-up question through the chair.
Yes.
Can the chief of staff provide the delivery notes, receiving and inspection reports?
Yes, we can provide.
Including the records and ledgers aligning with the specific vaccines procured as per the requirements of Section 159 of PPAD Act of 2015.
Yes, you can provide.
Thank you.
So I direct that those documents be provided by tomorrow at 10.
Noted, Chair.
Honorable members, proceed.
During vaccinations, Chair, through the chair, were the farmers required to pay any fee? And in case they were required, how much were they required to pay?
Depending on the vaccines, it is really subsidized because for FMD, we buy it at around 150 or 180, around 180, and we charge only 50 shillings. So it is greatly subsidized.
So through the chair, okay, may I ask the CEO, now that the money was budgeted for the vaccines, why now ask for some fee from the farmer, and in which account does that money goes?
It is in the finance bill, and you can check 15 scheduled. Well, now we are charging the vaccines, and the finance bill was passed in this house, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable CEO.
Through the chair.
Yes.
I want to ask the department or CEO and the CC of the mass vaccination. Are they in a position to provide the schedules for their mass vaccination exercise undertaken corresponding with the procured vaccines? Are they in a position to provide the schedules?
Yes, it was done at sub-county level, and we can provide.
Okay.
Honorable members, are we done with the issue on vaccines?
Yeah, I think, Chair, there was also, I don't know, we can see we budgeted for Cheparus cell yard. Can you tell us if it is operational? If not, what is delaying? Because I can see we budgeted a quite amount of money.
Yes, we budgeted.
How much did we budget it, and does it work?
Yeah.
Tell us.
It was actually captured in the last supplementary 2, at a cost of 1 million. So that was towards close of the financial year. We could not, the system closed before us giving out the tender. But currently it's under procurement.
Okay, honorable members, we shall move to the fourth item, and this one will directly go to Waziri. Can you disclose all the donor funds that the department has received? And please give us the names of the donors.
Chair, thank you so much for the opportunity. As a department, we've had a number of donor funds, and I would say you would categorize them as donor funds, or you'd say donor partners. When I talk of donor partners, those partners that are working with us, but they are not funding us directly as a government. So we have some of those partners that are working, and we have an MOU with them on how they are working with farmers, because they implement the projects directly on their own without working with us in terms of even sending their budgetary allocations to the county. And I think the key notable projects we've implementing is the NARIC project, which just ended this September, 30th of September. NARIC project came to a close. Then we have the NAF-CDP that started last year, and it's going to be running for 5 years. We have also NAF-CDP, ASDSP, I mean. ASDSP came to a close this year also, and we were expecting to have a new project called CAPDIP. But however, the donor signed the financing agreement with the Treasury, but they have since not commenced the implementation. So we have not received the funds, though we appropriated for the same in our budgets in terms of counterpart contributions. So for the donor-funded projects that we appropriate in our budgets that come to this House, we play a role especially at the identification of the projects, but in most cases, the budgets are domiciled in the coordinating units of the projects, which are within the donor, the purview of the donor in terms of the implementation of the activity budgets, according to the objectives of the project, because some projects are implemented across other. We also have a small project, which I think I've not captured here, but we have what we call ShapeBees, which is funded by the JICA, the Japanese, and I think we appropriated here. That is an indirect project because we don't, as much as they requested us to support in the counterpart contribution, we actually, even the national government do not receive funds directly. They just implement directly through the activities, but we collaborate closely. We have other partners, and a good number of them have come on board, especially this year, and they are yet to commence. We have a project funded by IFAD, and you've probably, for those counties, wards that, or sub-counties that have been benefiting, one is KSEP Kral, which was supporting maize farmers with the e-voucher, and they were also supporting farmers to do value addition. And we just launched the last phase of it called Boost, which is in the two sub-counties of Aldai and Mgwen. So generally, some of these projects that we oversee at the department, like NARIC and now the ASDSP, we receive the appropriation through the conditional allocation at the Treasury. Then at the county, we appropriate them through the budgets. And the implementation of the actual activity budgets are implemented at the coordinating unit, which are domiciled in our department. So that's it, Chair. And as to regard to the funds flow for the same, for financial year 2022-2023, under the ASDSP, we received 2,882,696. For financial year 23-24, we received 1.769820 million and another additional amount of 516,946. And these were part of the residual funds that this project was to receive to carry out the remaining activities to close the project. As for the...
Honorable Chair, I would be happy if could the CC probably give us the donor and the amount, maybe and the name. You see, when he says ESDP, we don't know who is the donor. So if it is World Bank, JICA, Japan, or something.
Thank you for that, Chair. The one for the ASDSP is funded by CEDA. And this is Agriculture Sector Development Support Program, ASDSP. Thank you. For the NARIC, for the financial year 22-23, we received the...
Chair, I think for the, maybe due to your intelligence, I thought NARIC, you had ruled something on.
Yeah.
And I see...
Maybe, Honorable Waziri, you will just leave the issue to do with NARIC.
I thought I was disclosing all the donor...
Yeah.
Yeah. So 22-23...
NARIC is funded by who? Through the chair?
This financed, actually not funded, financed by World Bank. Our counterpart contribution, because of the NCC, was then 61,788,208, and the contribution from the project was 248,247,739, totaling 310 million and 35,947.21. For the 23-24, we received 38,226,757. And I will draw also the attention of the members that when you'll be looking at this figure, we had appropriated 150 million, but we only received ultimately, because of the delays in the passing of the bill, which we received in April, May, we received only 38,226,757. And the counterpart contribution was 15 million, giving a total of 53,226,757. For NAFCDP, which is also financed by the World Bank, with the support from national government. 22-23, we received 67,192,729, which was less by some millions because we had appropriated 70 million. So we have not given counterpart contribution, but we've subsequently done so. 2023-24, we received 195,445,622 million. And the total amount in the same period, in the said period we've received from the all World Bank funded project comes to 549,112,837 million, while counterpart contribution gives us 76,788,208, and totaling 625,901 and 45.24 million. So that's it for the disclosure in terms of the donor-funded projects that we received directly. The rest I think I had mentioned the SDSP. The rest, they don't implement directly through the department. They implement activities on their own.
Okay, thank you, Waziri. I think that issue of the donor funds will be interrogated better when we shall be handling the issue to do with NARIC. So maybe we shall move to the fifth agenda, the issue of stall projects in the department.
Chair, before we move to that, maybe as a closing, who operates these accounts of donor funds?
I think, Honorable Member, those are some of the issues that we shall come and interrogate during the issue of NARIC. So let me just direct that way so that we shall deliberate more. Waziri and your team, how many stall projects do you have in your department?
There are two main projects, or two projects actually. A cooling structure in Jemelil Jamase and another cooling structure in Songosop.
Chair. Could the CEO tell us the actual state of cooling structure of Kapkwang, that is Jemelil Jamase?
The contractor decided the place, and we have sent our engineer. He did the evaluation at a cost of 281,573, and the contract was terminated. We returned that. Unfortunately, I don't know why, for the two of them we have returned that, and no one has.
When did it became stalled, and when did you return that?
You know, these projects are for 2020. I remember I was still here. Yes. It was during last regime. Should be around 2019, 2020. So it is a stalled project.
I asked, at what stage did it become stalled? At what stage? Do you have the
Maybe I can respond. We've had challenges, and I think because of the terrain and the accessibility, we've actually tried to retender these sites, the two sites, several times, but the contractors would resume to site, some put in some materials, and then they disappear. So the challenge will for us be to, probably we might have to opt for the first account so that we can do this.
Chair, if I may ask you, are you aware that the first contractor has been paid some partial payment?
Yes, I'm aware. And we have, as I told you, our engineer went and did the estimate of works, and he gave us a value of, for Jemelil Jamase, he gave us a value of 281,571 for the works that has been done, 200,000.
So you paid how many?
281,573.
Okay.
That's what we paid.
So, has the new contractor resumed to site?
Not even once. We have done twice. No one has been able to. That's why Waziri is saying we can opt another way.
Because the reason why we even paid paying the other contractor to vacate site is so that you can initiate another process to give to a new contractor. It's because of the
And Waziri, what are the reasons for that?
Pardon?
What are the reasons?
I
for
think
contractors not
what we've
taking up?
noticed could be the accessibility challenges. So somebody would estimate maybe the access, and that's why we're thinking we might
Chair,
have to use.
I want to dispute. It is only around 100 meters from the road, from the main road, Potopoto Chemursoi Road. It's only 150 meters. I think members that we went to the site can attest to that. It's not a challenge of
I stand to be corrected. There could be other issues.
It's not a challenge of accessibility.
Chair.
It's a subjective response.
Yes, Honorable Keter.
Chair, I'm also worried. You know, that is my area I've been working before I became an honorable to this house. And I don't understand the criteria that the department pays someone who deserted the work in halfway, and then you go negotiate, pay that person, he works out comfortably. From the look of that structure, suppose if the engineer assess and say it is not fit to continue, why waste that resources?
In conjunction with
Because every contract has its term and condition. Before you sign an agreement, it must be terms and condition for that. So there is much, unless the contractor was friendly to the department, because there is nothing like that. Or
Chair.
which criteria did you use to pay?
Chair,
Because I know-
Honorable
Chair, I have an
Bridget.
information. I'm the one who.
Okay, okay.
You know, it happens to me that I know the contractor. Immediately after that visit, I made a call to him. I wanted to know exactly what happened. Like Ibruta said, during those days when I was not elected, I was working in for a project also in the Chepsise dispensary. And I called this guy and told him, why did you leave the project hanging? And he said he was instructed not to continue doing it. And partial payment was made. And he gave me evidence that I have even timbers that I was supposed to roof. And you remember, members, we were even told where the timbers are. So I think, Chair, that witness should be availed here to give us more testimony on who instructed him to forget the place. There is more than what meets the eye.
What are the conducts of the witness or the details? Waziri, the CEO, can you give us the details of the first contractor? Eh?
We should be able to give that, Chair. We can give. And I think because it's probably our word against his, we probably want to look at the history of that project, and I think we'll be able to give more details.
Honorable
of
Chair,
this. Yeah.
maybe could the witness just answer a question?
Yes.
Not talk to us without a question. He seems to be just talking without being asked. That's what I meant.
I was responding to that because he's probably said that the contractor was asked.
They
about
didn't ask a question.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify on that.
Now, Waziri, if I may ask, there is this program that was rolled out countywide on the issue of coolers. And from some privileged information, we are told that those coolers were purchased. Yeah, so I don't know. What is your take on that, Waziri?
Chair, before you answered even that one in conjunction with that, Chair, I heard the CEO saying the only stall projects are only 2. While I'm aware of a cooler in Kibiribe, which has been just there. It's not serving the purpose, the building is there, and the cooler is inside, and even at Chepterit, there is one inside there. So what does it mean, accuracy of facts, Chair?
Chair, let me respond especially to Kibire because I've been there severally. The scope of works was just the complete construction of cooling structures. So, and it was done in every ward. And I'm sure, honorable members, in fact, it was during my time. Every ward has got a structure that has not been equipped, and that was the scope of the work.
Point of order, Honorable Chairman.
What is the point of order?
Is the witness in order to claim, in as much as probably that phase was for that works, it cannot take 3 years or 4 years when you have already expended so much money. You see, there is something called timely delivery. How can you use money and put it to stand there? But now, even as I speak, the one of Olesos is on a road reserve. I'm interested to know who cited it there and what the department is doing. Because that structure is on a road reserve.
Thank you, Chair. On the issue of the cooler structures, we actually...
Order, Chair. Point of order.
Yes, Honorable Mosby.
So that he combines, I want Waziri to tell me about Chepkongony, the Chepkongony cooler. Something about it, because
Okay,
we've
thank
been
you.
looking
Waziri,
for it.
proceed.
Thank you, Chair. We had an agreement between the national government and the county governments. And the agreement was that the national government were to procure the coolers from Poland. And counties were asked to do the structures that could be used to store the cooling structures, the coolers themselves. And therefore, we embarked on a budgetary allocation as a county, and it came to this house and it was passed. And I think if I remember very well, we had allocated every ward 1 million to do a structure. We successfully did the structures. Other than the ones we had delays and those that stalled, almost all the wards have a structure as at now. And this was in 2018-19. And up to now, the national government has not given us the coolers. We only received one cooler, that is for Koyondurio ward. And actually we installed that one. We had already supported some cooperatives to also put up the coolers. The challenge, of course, in some areas is when you have allocation of the cooler without a very active cooperative. And I think that's what we are also careful this time around. Even if we receive a cooler, it will not be automatic that we can install the cooler there, because it means if the milk is not available, we will not. But much of what we did that time was, of course, doing a survey and looking at the availability of land. We cited some of those locations to put the structures. But in my experience now, having had those challenges, we are looking at those coolers, the structures that have got a cooperative that is active and ready to work with us to operationalize the cooler structure. That is by equipping and now also making sure that the milk is available to be transported.
Honorable Chairman, on the siting of
Honorable Minor.
The siting of the Olesos structure, could the CEO explain? And what action is he going to take to avoid further loss of public
so
money?
that you answer it twice, CC, like the one which is in Kibirbe. I think I have seen there is a cooler inside, which we received at night. I think the CEO made an effort. We have the cooler. There was a contractor who was sent to the site. You remember I called some time back, almost 7 months. And the work was to come and complete and operationalize, make it to operational. But I don't know what happened. They do things, but still that cooler has not been in use, because they were supposed to connect power. They were supposed to make some connection of that cooler, but it is just there. And money has been pumped there. The cooler is there, but not operational, with a big signpost showing the cooperative and so forth. What does the people benefit from that area? They have been asking me, in fact, one of these finders, if they will not be operationalized, instead of putting signpost and it's not operationalized, there's nothing there, you better come and remove that signpost.
Thank you, Honorable Honorable Mosby.
The Chepkongony cooler, Chair.
Okay. Waziri, please respond to that so that we can move that. We still have some 2 items ahead of us, please.
Chair, we had, I think for the one for the ward of Chemundu ward, it was actually courtesy of the union, because we funded the union, not the cooperative. So I think the challenge has been, if I'm not wrong, we were told there was a challenge with power connection. I don't know if the transformer was stolen or something like that. But we had a challenge with that, and it was not within the scope of the first contractor. So I think what we'll just do is to rescope the work and support them. But what we expect also cooperatives to do, for small things like power connection, they need also to show some effort of the counterpart contribution on their side. And I think probably that cooperative has not been very active to put together resources. But still, we can consider through our projects, and even as a department, we can still budget for it and support them. For Lesos, the road reserve, I think we did, it was also through the cooperative and also the community that gave us the site. So I've not had any complaint to say that it's on road reserve, but I'm getting it from you today. We'll have to look at it and say again, decide. I don't know what we are going to probably.
So you're not aware?
I'm not aware it's on road reserve, but we did the structure, we completed, the contractor left side. And it was the community that gave us that land.
You know, the surprising thing, Honorable Chair, is that this team blames everybody else except themselves. That's the interesting thing, because you would want to say it is somebody else and so on.
The challenge,
but surely, whose sides? Even when you send somebody to go and you talked about an engineer and what have you, can't you do due diligence? But anyway, let's leave it there for now. You will get the information. But I got information from your office the first time I came around, and the information was we cannot put the cooler there because the wall, whoever says it does not.
And I can tell you, nothing has stopped us from putting the cooler, because the issue only is that we did not receive coolers from national government. But as soon as we receive coolers, if there is no dispute on the land, we will likely proceed to put on the cooler there. So maybe that is the issue. On Chepkongony, I think we did, the one we did renovation on the same, so we are waiting also for the coolers. And my assurance to the members is that as soon as we get these coolers from national government, we will luckily, we have even been budgeting, but sometimes...
Point of order, Honorable Chairman. Chepkongony, did you say that there is something you did in Chepkongony? I'll die?
Do a new structure in that.
What kind of structure is it?
The cooler.
I just describe. I was there. I went. I was among the people who went to visit it. As we prepared to probably project the Chepkongony, but just describe to us what structure are you talking about and how much? Maybe the CEO, since you are the accounting officer.
He has the institutional memory because these structures were done. So he's better position to answer that.
So that's why I was saying the only structures...
Waziri, hold on first. I want to take up what the CEO is saying. When you handed over the department, I thought you handed over everything.
Yes, maybe I was just saying about issues behind it is something that might happen maybe 20...
But there was a briefing before you took over.
Yes, you know, first year information...
So is it right for you to divert the question to Waziri?
No, bro. Okay. Sorry for that.
So, Waziri, proceed.
Works and what was done so that it can be projected.
What I recall is that we did complete that structure. But as I've mentioned is that most of these structures are now dilapidated because they have not been...
I have asked, yes. Just be specific. What was done? What structure are you saying? Just describe it.
To the best of my knowledge, that is for...
What Kaptumo, you know, I just want...
Kaptumo Kaboi, because I've not had a chance to visit recently, is that the contractor was supposed to complete an existing structure.
What kind of structure, if you know?
For a cooler. It was a cooler.
Made of what?
Unless you give me the details.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. The ICT department, please, can you project the cooler in Chepkongony?
Has it been paid? CEO.
I think this was for
the chair.
18-19.
Yeah, as much as I'm aware, only two coolers have not been, 3 coolers have not been.
I'm referring to this one.
I'm not aware because payment was not made during, maybe it has been made, I'm not sure. We'll confirm.
Okay. ICT team, do you have that structure? Chepkongony.
There was a kettle dip near it.
Okay.
And I would also suggest, Honorable Chair, that the kettle dip next to it, it can be of interest to the
Okay,
officers.
Can you project the kettle dip next to the cooler? Is that dip operational?
the people there. This is what our friends are overseeing. But okay, so focus on the area around where there is supposed to be a cooler. Chepkong'ony Kettle Dip.
For clarity, the area MCA. And Honorable Mosbey, please. Honorable Mosbey, can you guide us? Were there any budgetary allocation for the same dip?
Yeah, Honorable Chair. What happens is that on paper, we have a cooler. And that day we went, the Wananchi themselves demanded. You remember it wasn't among the areas we wanted to look at. They demanded that we go there and we were to show them a cooler. There is no cooler. There is no renovations. Now we were told if the cooler was to be constructed, it would be sited somewhere around there. There was some space. There is no government structure around there. The only other government structure that is near the would-be site is a chief's office made of mabati. So, Honorable Chair, we want to put this to rest because ever since I took over 2 years ago, it has been on paper that the Chepkong'ony cooler was constructed and it is paid. It has been paid, like Waziri is saying. Although now the aspect of renovation, I know, and the residents know that it was paid. So I thought today we would put this to closure. And I think Waziri has spoken. It is one of the ghost projects.
Maybe they can play the audio, please.
I think I need to clarify.
Before, just hold on.
Before you clarify, Honorable Member, order, please. Where is the audio?
Point of information.
Chair. And I think the member, Chair, is putting words in my mind, in my mouth, because I never said we built a new structure. We renovated for Aldaimoy dairies, the existing structure that was there. And it was meant for farmers that are in Chepkong'ony. So I thought you meant that it was for. You might want to show me if there is anywhere in our budgets that shows that we constructed Chepkong'ony cooler, because there's no Chepkong'ony cooler. What we have is renovation, and I think we spent, I don't think even it reached, because that is the only ward that we did not do a new cooler. All the wards we were doing new coolers. This one was just to renovate an existing structure that was meant now to receive the cooler. But we did not, and I think we spent even less than, was it 400,000 or 600,000? And we can get you the facts tomorrow, the documentations for that place. So that is very clear.
So maybe the ICT department, can you play the audio, please, so that we can
As they play the audio, Honorable Chairman, I was on the ground, and the Wananchi very clearly said that was their structure. They will say it right now.
Honorable Chair, they had documental evidence supplied by the Agriculture Department when they went there for public participation. You remember, honorable members whom we went together. They had a paper where the Chepkong'ony, you can never make a mistake. The cooler that the CEC is talking about is located in Kaptumo town. And it is Aldaimoy Dairies, which is a private, it is a private entity, Honorable Chair. So it's not a mistake. Chepkong'ony, as you, for those Honorable members, we went together. You cannot mistake Chepkongony for Kaptumo in any way. You cannot confuse. And the Kaptumo people.
Chair, just to confirm what the honorable member.
Yes, Honorable Tarbi.
What the honorable member is saying is true. From Kaptumo to Chepkongony, it's quite a distance, so you cannot mistake. Chair.
Okay. The ICT department, please. Can we have the audio?
I think, Chair, as you do that.
Yes, Waziri.
Our position as a department is that we never constructed a new cooler in Kaptumo Kaboi ward. We renovated for cooperative. And also, we don't do structures for public, we do for cooperatives. There has to be a cooperative also. So if there's a cooperative that is active, you are better off helping them to actually receive a cooler and aggregate milk. You don't do, and cooperatives are quasi-public entities. Thank you.
Honorable Chair.
Honorable Waziri, what is your take now when the documents from your department contradicts? What is your take?
We would want to look at that document, but also we'll supply our evidence to show that we actually renovated. I even know up to the contractor that did the work. For what I know, the name is the name of the cooperative that we supported, which is Aldaimoy Cooperative, and I visited the place.
Honorable Trufosa.
I want to ask the CC why Kaptumo Kaboi was not allocated for a cooling structure, and yet it was supposed to be constructed in every ward across the county. Why not Kaptumo Kaboi?
It was based on the available structure that was ready for farmers to use, because it's farmers also who give us the priorities. And they told us, you don't need to do a new structure, renovate this for us, and we'll be able to use it for coolers.
Okay.
That we put record straight. The Aldai Moi Dairies has got, it has a cooler. So if the purpose was so that we get coolers to the ward, and apparently then Kaptumo Kaboi was to be disadvantaged because we wouldn't benefit. I've shown this in 2023-2024, the financial year that has just ended. I remember the engineer came and took the location, I don't know what they call, they took the location for a cooler now in a place called Kipkenyo, which I don't know how far that is. There is an office, the former agriculture office in Kipkenyo now. So this issue of Chepkongony is interesting.
And I think, Chair,
yes,
on that, the member from the ward, I had even had a discussion with him that we need a new cooler in that ward, especially as soon as we get the structures, because we have had requests in Mugundoi, we've had requests in Chepkongony, we have had also requests in Kipkenyo. And we're saying as a department, right now we're looking for milk. As soon as we get the node, we are even saying, even if we can do a simple structure in the ward, we'll be able to work with the national government to get the cooler to that particular ward.
Maybe a question, Chair. What happened with the budgetary allocation now that every ward was to be constructed a cooler? If you are saying you renovated, what happened to the other resources that were allocated for the ward?
That's why what we did was, if you look at the overall budget, we had just said that we are going to do at least one structure per ward. And when you go to the ward, you decide what to do. And I think what we decided while we were in that ward was to renovate that existing structure to support the farmers who are already aggregating milk there.
So assuming you did...
it was based on the decision of the leadership and the farmers at that time.
Now, assuming you did the renovation and the resources were allocated, what happened to the balance of the resources?
Okay, let me respond to that. I think it is the same thing that I was asked. You know, it was a lump sum, 1 million per ward. It was 30 million. And wards are not the same. Sites are not the same. If you find some wards, they constructed with 1.2 million. Some wards, 800,000. So it balances depending on the sites.
So for record purposes, how much was used for Kaptuma? For Jepkongoi now?
Let me get the information so that I can give the right information to this house.
I can assure you we can
Okay,
we'll get the
maybe honorable members, as the ICT department prepare to project, I will request that we move to the next item, which is personnel.
Can I ask a question, Honorable Chairman, before we move to personnel? Please, kindly. And this is a very simple one. I'm interested in knowing from the department the farm machinery acquired thus far by the county government. What kind of farm machinery do we have? Maybe if you have a list, I would be happier.
Within the said period that you've asked us to respond, we have not acquired any major machinery, but we have 8 tractors that we bought in 18-19, and with equipment. That is disc plows, we have harrows, we have forage harvesters, although now forage harvesters are getting older because we bought cheaper ones. So we have assorted equipment, assorted implements that is supporting the 8 tractors that we have.
And in this case, what was the figures used by the county? How much did they cost?
At that time, I think from the open tender that we did, it came up to around 25 million, but I don't have exact figure, but we can get you the exact figures.
25 million. Do they normally have work tickets?
Yes, they do.
Can they be supplied to us?
I already supplied. The information that I gave, we have work tickets.
Okay. Could you briefly, very briefly, explain to this committee the benefits of having those in 2 ways, in terms of revenue and in terms of probably how it has assisted farmers to reduce the cost of production? And I would like to evidence, if you have evidence, particularly the one that you've supplied, I would be happier than if you were just explained.
Chair, thank you. First of all, when we acquired these implements, it was the county priority, and I think it came to this house and it was passed. These implements we were targeting were the unique implements that farmers don't ordinarily have. Like if you get the potato harvester, like I would give you the one for the forage harvester for the...
Do they generate revenue?
Yes.
That's all I want.
Yes, and there is...
Where is the information?
Chair, I've been supplying this house and we will supply, I'm sure, on the revenue.
Was it in the budget?
We have,
I mean,
yes.
when it's own source revenue.
It's even in
how much did it generate, for instance, in the 22, 23, and 23, 24?
We can get you those information.
Do you have how much it generated? Who runs them? Who manages this equipment?
We have a team and we have a unit that is running at the department.
So there is somebody who is in charge?
No, we have a team, of course, the engineers that help us, the technicians.
Is there any one person who is in charge?
Yes, we have an engineer.
Who is that?
The overall purview is actually within the engineering department.
I've asked about one person.
We have an engineer. Zakaria is actually the overall, is the director. Engineer
So
Zakaria.
what is the name? Just give us.
Zakaria Kipkemboy.
Zakaria.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's better able to give us these details, or you?
Yeah, we'll be able to get you the details. Once you tell us exact details that you want, like you've talked about the work tickets, we'll get you, even the revenue, and how we charge per work. Because if you're plowing the land for the first time, there is a rate we charge, and it's in the finance bill. If you are doing the harrowing, there's
And
a
so
rate.
the money has come into the account?
Yes, yes.
Please give us the details. We'll be very happy.
We'll get
with
it.
having those.
We'll get
Thank you, thank you, Honorable
Chairman,
Member. Maybe
Chairman, as I rejoined the question here.
Yes.
Bwana Wasiri, how do you monitor the movement of these machines in terms of tilling, acreages? Do you have any machine, digital machine or system?
Through the support of the NARIC, we had one of the innovators that came to support us. And it's tracking actually even the exact acreage of land that you've plowed. It's called Hello Tractors. And it was supported to us through the World Bank. There's something called DAT, that they actually brought together a good number of innovators to come and pilot with us. And it's giving us the information we want.
But Wasiri, we have information that maybe some money have been missing, some revenues. But when there was this revocation of staff, immediately the revenue goes up. Can you explain
what went up?
Of late, the revenue from that system, from the farm machinery,
yes,
it has skyrocketed immediately when the staff, those revocation staff were sent home. What might be the issue?
Let me just
what
say
might
first,
be the
before he says, there's just a correlation. Remember, we sat down and looked at all our revenue streams and came up with strategies. And in fact, we can even make more money. The challenge is for us the equipment that are old. You could be having a tractor, but because our main work is actually to do the farm work, and much of it, probably before even you look at the revenue, what was it that informed us to buy the tractors? We wanted to teach farmers even alternative implements that they can use on their farms. And I can tell you, since we bought forage harvesters, almost any of our large-scale farmers now who used to get from us has acquired there. Only smallholder farmers are now using those forage equipment. So, in other words, we have transformed the sector by allowing farmers to appreciate alternative equipments that they can use in their farms. So that's the first impact. The next impact is on revenue. And for revenue to be realized, I can tell you the demand for the services cannot match the equipment. We need more tractors, we need more equipment even per ward or per sub-county, so that farmers can access this. Because over time, you notice in Nandi, the land sizes are growing smaller. And therefore, one single farmer cannot run a tractor the whole year. They need to pull together, and then you have it. So for us, the transfer of technology. Number two, for revenue to increase, we need to work around that. And I think CEO can explain something on revenue.
Honorable Chair, just so that I don't forget this, may I ask, have you personally used this for your own personal use?
Yes, because I'm a farmer also.
Okay, so you've been using it in your farm and your farming activities?
What I've said, I am also a farmer, and I
No, I just asked that question. Yes or no?
Yes.
How long have you been using them?
I use it when it's available. In fact, there are times when I cannot access it. It's with other farmers, so I don't get to access. I get it from the market, which is a bit higher. But when I get from the county, it's cheaper for me.
What, yeah, maybe, what you can clarify, maybe because we understand there is conflict of interest, because if Wasiri uses the machinery from the department, on that amount of conflict of interest.
Maybe you can explain further.
We encourage our staff to even use the tractors because they need also to demonstrate how. And I can tell you the first time I used the tractor,
Chair, Chair, there's something that I want to ask. You guide us, Chair, guide us. He has been asked whether it is conflict of interest or not.
Let me clarify, Waziri, you are eligible to use the same tractors. But the bone of contention now, can you prove the payment for the same that you have been paying so that you use these tractors?
Yes, definitely.
I think that is what the members are asking.
Yes.
That we are not worried about you using the tractors, but the worry is, have you been paying?
And I think, Chair, yes, I've confirmed that I've been paying.
So you will have to give us, because I also once used these tractors and I paid through M-Pesa. Is it the model?
Yes, use the
payment through the M-Pesa.
Yes.
So you will provide us a payment schedule for the time you use these machines.
If I'm able to, because I've said I've not used all
seasons. It is just
seasons.
a matter of printing.
I've not been using it in all seasons. Like this season, I did not.
It's on record, Mr. Chair. You know, Chair, we cannot run away from this. It is this is House of Record. The CEC has confirmed that he's using. I'm assuming, Chair, because like a department for roads, he's the CEC for agriculture. What if the CEC for roads, for example, say I want to use county machinery to ferry like a tipper, to ferry his own maram for his compound? So will he be encouraging the residents of Nandi? Because if we will not get an M-Pesa statement confirming that indeed CEC paid for the service, this will amount to abuse of office and conflict of interest.
And that is why, Waziri, so that we can leave that issue to rest. Waziri, for the time you used this county machinery, especially the farm tractors, please provide us with an M-Pesa statement.
Point of information.
Honorable members,
point
please.
of just a point of information.
Yes.
And maybe to be fair on these officers, all of them, they should tell us whether they have been using the machines, because we are just the
Honorable member, Waziri have admitted that he has been using the machines.
What about the rest of the officers?
I just want Waziri for you to clear yourself.
Chair,
is that for the time you used this machine,
Chair,
provide us with that payment.
Chair.
Yes.
Something very important. This is a house of record, and this is a house guided by the rule of law. And you know the conflict of interest is against the law. When you say the CEC should provide payment, it means it's violating the law. What is the message here? It is not about using the machines. That is conflict of the interest with the position that is holding. That is total breach of the law.
And I think honorable members, let
Chair,
us
we cannot run away from
honorable members. The farm machinery at the department are there for hire.
But
so I don't want us to bring the issue of conflict of interest. If Waziri can provide us the payment when he used the machinery,
Chair,
that is an issue that
Chair, I'm not guiding you, but I'm asking.
Yes.
You mean you want to justify the conflict of interest?
I'm not justifying, but honorable members, please, I want us to understand this. Because even me, as a farmer, I've once hired these machines, and I'm not defending Waziri. But what I'm saying is eligible to hire the same machines. But for avoidance of doubt, let him provide the payment that he made to the county revenue account.
So through the chair, also on that note, Chair, I know it's not a crime to use those machines. But what worried me so much, because I have been seeing, they normally come and assist farmers in my place. But the M-Pesa, how the farmers pay that machines is different. They use different M-Pesa paying. So I don't know what is the format. How are you supposed to be paying? Is it paying to an individual account, or do we have a standardized account? Because that one, there has been a confusion.
Okay, I think the CEO can answer that.
I wanted to respond. First, I don't want to defend Waziri, but I think like now, if you are a CC of this CC of health, you are allowed to treat yourself at Kapsabet County Referral Hospital. I think it is the same
Honorable
thing.
Chair, Honorable Chair, I think we are not here to make fun. We are not here to make fun. Honorable Chairman.
Honorable members,
Chair.
please, let us give them
One
time
moment,
to respond.
We cannot give time to people who are giving false information to this house.
Order, honorable
Chair,
members.
please guide this house.
Order, honorable members. You know, we need to be patient for them to answer.
We cannot be patient, Chair, on misleading and demeaning information to this house. How can somebody say going to the hospital is a conflict of interest?
Honorable members, please, I will rule you out of order now.
You should withdraw and apologize.
No, I will now rule you out of order.
You should withdraw and apologize. The CEO should withdraw.
Order, honorable members, honorable Bet and honorable Minor, please.
Chair.
May I say something?
No, I'm not allowing. Let us have order, please.
I withdraw and apologize, honorable members. I wanted to respond about the tractors. In the last financial year,
Chair, we cannot run away from this allegation. You know, it's a matter of integrity. We just want
this, honorable
Chair,
members,
just as a guidance,
Honorable Tarbei, I've guided that it is not an illegality for them to use this machine.
Yeah, you have guided,
but I've ruled that for the time they used.
Did you listen to the CEO, what the CEO said?
And in fact, he has apologized.
Honorable Chair, just allow
That's
me
why,
a second.
Chair, for records of this house,
yes,
we want the CEC while he's still here to state the man so that when he brings an M-Pesa statement, we just confirm the same.
But before that, Honorable Chairman, the thing that I'm interested in is this Zakaria. What did you say is his other name?
Engineer.
Is he a worker of the county?
Yes.
Who does he answer to?
He's a director. He works under director.
Okay, just give me the way the accountability goes. Who does he answer to directly?
We have Director of Agriculture, then from Director of Agriculture to the
CC, please. Oh, just tell me. So he answers to Director of Agriculture.
Yes.
Who is here?
No.
Not here. And then the director answers to?
Me.
And then you answer to?
Waziri.
And then Waziri, you are hiring something from your junior. Okay, take us through the process of hiring. When say you have decided you want the tractor, what are the structures for hiring? How do you start?
What happened? You placed a request, of course. And in most cases, farmers just make phone calls, place if you need it which days. Then once you are,
so there are no structures
available.
There are no structures.
Of course, we have structures.
Which structures?
In most cases, in fact, we use a call center. So once you call, the engineer will be...
Just hold on, Waziri. So this is entirely within your own docket?
No, it's within the unit. That's called
I
the
mean,
AMS.
within your own docket.
We have AMS unit. Agriculture
Honorable Chair,
Machinery
just
Services.
protect me here. I need to know, is it within your docket?
Yes.
Where you call the shots?
Yes. It's
And it is not even external. So you call. Let's take us through that. You want a tractor? Tell us.
Yeah, I make a request and it is scheduled.
And the request is through a call to Zakaria.
Like I remember there is a
Honorable member, please let us give Waziri time to explain, please. You know you cannot be answered if you are interjecting when Waziri is trying to explain. So Waziri, give us the procedure. Now you want a tractor, maybe tomorrow.
Okay. So what happens, of course, once you place, sometimes, and I can tell you in most cases, sometimes we even place a request. Like I remember one of the officers, one of the farmers who is just...
This is the reason why I interject, Chairman. Because when we ask, he does not give.
No, I'm trying to give the question. The challenge is sometimes, of course, when you have several requests, but the priorities. So what we do is, of course, try to go as first come, first serve. And that's why I have said, even me, I have severally missed it. I have never used it in most instances because it's always occupied with a farmer.
Chair, the point here is, how do we do it? How do you do it? It's not about how do you do it. Suppose I personally want. What is the procedure here? Make it very clear. Is there any form that I fill or just a phone call away? Because for the purposes of record and accountability, there must be a procedure and documentation of the same.
Okay, let me try to assist Waziri. When you have...
Chair, I think this is an out of order. The one who procured the tractor is Waziri. Why is the CEO in the... So it's a matter of Waziri telling us how he acquired the tractor for hire. Is that something hard to...
I said I make phone call to the officer to request if the tractor is available. And if it's available and I get it, I use it. But if it's not available, and I've said several times, in fact, I don't get it.
Who signs the work ticket?
There is another engineer again who is lower than...
Chair, let me say something. I'm also worried about this issue.
Yes.
We better postpone and then we discuss later with, we better postpone because this one is something very serious in the code of law. That you are in a department, especially when you as a chair and you belong to this, this assembly and county assembly. So let us postpone this issue first and then we can discuss later with advice of technical team or from the learned friends.
I think, honorable members, I want to rule that when we shall be interrogating the issue with NARIC, just let us allow that we proceed so that the same issue will come up, will be one of our issues to interrogate. Please.
Chair.
But
through the chair, kindly, there is something that you asked.
Yes.
To be specific, Honorable Chair.
Yes.
Let Waziri tell us when was the last time he used the county machines, the specific month.
So, Chair, and Chair, before he rules on that, you know, Chair, I want to give a very important information. Kindly safeguard me. You know,
proceed.
Chair, I'm imagining a situation where Beth is making a phone call and a tractor is a fail. A tractor, not just a tractor, this is a county government asset. There is no form that I'm going to fill to show even the acreage that I'm going to use. I take a tractor, work for it. Maybe I can work for 3 acres so, and report only 1 acre. Chair, could you kindly please guide us? Because in any situation, even in the ordinary farmer, there is a supervisor inside, showing the acreage tilt, the rate, you see, so that the county government can account for the revenues from these machines. You can imagine a phone call. It doesn't matter how many days am I going to use. And Chair, don't allow these people go and carry out some documentation and fake reports. They either give it here, now, or never.
Chair, in conjunction with what Honorable Pett is putting across, mine was just a very simple question. Which account? Do we have one account? Do you normally send this money through Fast M-Pesa to which account? It was only to provide account, because to me, I know more than maybe 3 accounts. Can we have those?
Let me give directions. Can I respond? Can you provide the account whereby
it goes to county revenue account, where all that revenues goes to.
So do you have a schedule of how much?
Yes.
The farm machinery are generating?
You know, currently, the system that we are using, it can be able to show this money comes from where.
Now, there is an issue. Yes.
Chair, I still need to hear that statement from the CEO. Whether it's just saying it is going for the same account, revenue account. What of M-Pesa?
Okay. Allow me to respond to that kindly.
Yes, Madam CEO.
Thank you, Chair. Previously, before July, what used to happen is that we used to have, the rates were divided into 2. You send to the operator money for fuel, and then the balance is sent to the county account. But when we had a meeting in June, where we were looking at the revenues per department, it was realized that we don't report the gross amount. We usually report the net amount. And it was directed that from July, 1st of July, the whole amount is deposited to the county account, the county revenue account, and then the county revenue account will fuel. We'll sort it out with the petrol station to fuel the tractors to the respective farms. So when the money was being sent to an M-Pesa number, it was money for fuel, and then the balance, I think it used to be 1,000 shillings, would go to the revenue account.
Before the mic, let me make some clarification. You know, we are doing it under the finance bill. In the finance bill, Schedule 15, it shows very well the dry rates. Dry rates means it shows what is supposed to the county and the others. So what goes to the county is what is described in the finance bill.
Chair, what is this? Chair,
that was before.
It should be specific. What is this ATAS?
ATAS is expenses like fuel, the way she has said.
You know, okay. Honorable members, I think.
But the dry rate.
The department, you are now opening a Pandora books.
Yeah, it's not it's not you to tell whether they are opening the Pandora box or not. But we need the statement from Wasir. These are serious. Yeah, at the level of CC, you cite what we call ethics and integrity act, the code of conduct. So now that the CC has confessed, what we need is just records, Chair. Can you rule on the records that the CC provides us a statement?
I think, honorable members, let me rule that.
I seek your indulgence,
yes,
because you had ruled.
Yes.
And as I've said, it's not illegal if it's a service that is accessible to anyone. I have said I have not always often used it when I want, but I can say that the time that I used, I actually wanted to also test the equipment, how it was working. What I'm saying is this. It's not illegal that I use it, but so long as
you are repeating the chair is repeating himself. We were specific on the question.
Matter, Chair.
Chair, it is about procedure,
honorable
accountability.
Members,
Chair, please.
Honorable members, please.
We are asking about the procedure and accountability. He is repeating himself that it's not a crime to use it. We are not asking whether he used it or not.
Honorable Tolole?
Honorable Chair.
Honorable Trufosa?
Can you rule this house?
Okay.
Honorable Chair, from where the Wasiri stands, he has clearly stated that sometimes he tested the machine. Why don't we say?
And that is why, honorable members, I want to close the issue on the county farm tractors, and I direct that Waziri provide documentary evidence on how these machines are being managed. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
We'll supply.
And you also provide the M-Pesa statement showing when you paid, when you know you admitted and it is on record that you once used this machine.
Chair.
So for avoidance of doubt and to clear your name on conflict of interest, please provide this committee with the payment that you made, so that as we resume to go and write a report, you will be vindicated if
Chair, I've not
necessary.
confirmed that I'm giving you statements that I paid through my, because I have somebody who managed for me the farm. So we don't pay directly.
Okay. Just to make sure that any kind of information that is necessary to this committee pertaining to the operations of the farm machinery.
Did he just confirm that he
Now,
paid
I
by proxy?
I want to revisit an issue on the Showground gate. And I'm told the ICT department are now ready. Please, can you project the Showground?
Honorable Chair, there was that recording from the Chepkongony. Did they get it? Yes.
The audio, is it there? Okay. Play the Showground gate, and then you will play the audio from Chepkongony.
I didn't want to guide you, but why can't you dispose of the Chepkongony? And then because there are many other issues to do with Showground, we work on the Showground issue. Because there is a number of pending issues in the list of Showground.
Oh, okay. So the ICT team, can you start with the audio so that we finish the Chepkongony issue?
So the question is that even ever Goroku like so mami ada de ginak tengyo igere musmyo kaya bora bene in MCA na ni former your friend Babu keso ab ke what promotion tukuli ni ke te ko no ngasa nyun wala rasyo ko is site ko tet ile jegi bua ku like kenya te ko no ile ngoite ni ke lia ke jo ba ke banwa mushe ke la ko go after this moment giga ko bi proposal no gele 2 million giga waje po gigo bro yo ko mule ko puro society chana gigo na ko jok jo yite jo ko no mami lakini gigo gigo complete ko la ki proposal gele 2 million aga bi po so tom gari so atinya another issue ya magta sta kuna tano kome jo ya lo ke tano go gile ja ine yes ke mi te ale gigo bi annual development plan yes kula dab ji ko wani ko gen be ki ti bi ti nei war golle ne to le ni ko e mai sai ti te ki I think you are capturing. So now that contract inside.
Where is the house? This is the gatehouse that was constructed. Is this not the police post in the... What was the scope of work, Bwana CEO, for that gatehouse?
You have it. I'm sure you have this document.
You can just read for the benefit of honorable members.
840. Gate leaf realignment, welding, reincorporation of columns, gate coping, mechanical works to toilets inside that building, gate painting and decoration, window glazings, gatehouse roof repair and painting. I remember we replaced one or two of the, Then cutters fabrication and fixing, gatehouse replacement, fascia board fixing, painting and decoration.
Chair. Okay. That is all the works were done at 840,000.
Chair, also make us to understand what was the use of this house, who was using this house during that exhibition.
Bwana CEO.
As I told you, all the buildings in the showgrounds are very much debilitated. And remember, this is a building that is at the gate. And it could even be used by security officers as they control the movement of people. It has got several uses. If you see those houses that we have not renovated, you can see how debilitated they are. I'm sure they had focused on some structures that we never touched, including that one. And others that I have seen, they have actually shown. So Showground was really in a bad state that we could not host any form of exhibition.
Chair, I have just asked a very simple question. During this exhibition, who was supposed to use that building, that gatehouse?
Bwana CEO.
I have responded that it could be used by our security people to control the movement of the people.
Through Chair, the word it
For Bridget.
The word it could be, it means it's a doubt. It's not sure.
No, generally, remember, Chair, the show is an event of a given period. During that period, exhibitors also come and put their exhibits there, and you need security. And this is the place where those people who are manning the place stay.
Chair, the reason why I'm asking that one, it is because I know even Baraton University has told there, and they normally come and paint when they want to do their exhibitions. We know we do also have the one for Chamtang. They normally come and do their painting. It is a matter of
even banks. But
yes, even banks. They normally come and do their painting. So what was so special on this one that the county government has to spend some money?
It was in part. It was in part state, Mheshimiwa, and it is on the.
Was the roof painted, Bonasio?
No, it was not painted. It was worse. I wish you could have taken photos before and after.
Okay. We project the perimeter fence.
Yeah, a question for clarification, Chair.
Yes.
Can the CEO go through the PQs again as they project the same PQ of the?
This is not actually the PQs, but the scope of work. Eh?
Yeah.
You might provide PQs later. It was a gate leaf realignment. It was about gate leaf realignment, welding, and the incorporation into columns. Gate coping. I wish engineer was here to explain to me what is coping. Mechanical works of the toilets. There were no toilets, by the way. And then gate painting and decoration. Windows. Window glazings. Gate house roof repair and painting. There is a tree there that had fallen on top of the roof. So in fact, around 2 iron sheets were damaged. And then kuna cutters, fabrication and fixing. Gatehouse doors were replaced. And then fascia board fixing. And then painting and decoration of the gatehouse.
So the IC, you will provide us the BQ.
Yes.
To that effect.
We shall.
Tomorrow by 10.
Chair, he has mentioned about toilet in that.
No, where is the toilet?
Inside.
Inside the same.
Yeah, we have toilets inside.
The same house.
The same house.
Okay.
I don't see the others, Chair. Maybe the ICT can still project the.
The ICT, can you project the same house? We check whether we have the gutters.
No single gutter.
Did you?
Something to do with the columns. I can see some.
You mentioned something to do with gutters. I don't see any there.
And also something to do with, I don't know, erection of columns or what.
Chair, we need your attention. There is no any gutter.
I think the BQs will give detailed information about
okay.
this.
You just provide the BQs.
Yeah, yeah.
Can you project the perimeter fence? That costed 2.3 million. 2.399, 200. Is this the perimeter fence?
No, that is not the one, Chair.
Which one was done?
It starts from that residential area of police officers down there, and it goes round to the demo plots. It's not this one. This one is in the field.
Please.
It is chain link and concrete posts.
Chain link and concrete posts. If it was captured, please, can you project? Yeah, I think this is the one. Chain link and concrete post. Is that the one? Was it in Bonasio? Is that the one? Those are concrete posts.
We have had a challenge with security generally. So the work was done, but I think the challenge for us there is the security. So we need to probably go to the ground and show you.
Chair, when was it done?
The challenge for us there is the security.
When was it done?
Last year. So you can imagine if there's nobody who mans there full time.
So,
Your facts.
okay, For honorable
Waziri,
member.
we can assist you. I know the place. We have policemen who are staying inside there. So there is not that it is abandoned completely.
But it's not their mandate. Even a lot of things have been vandalized.
No,
They
if
are
we
not
go
there
there
to-
now as a visit.
Honorable member, Waziri, if I may ask you a question. Why should we put resources?
For clarity, Chair, you're saying how much did it cost?
2.3 million, 2.399,200.
Which section did you capture?
So I was asking Waziri, why should we allocate resources whereby finally the vandalism will take place?
We were hoping to, what I wanted probably also to put across to members is that we wanted to get started now with our annual shows. And it was the first time we were budgeting for it. The challenge is that the Ministry of Sports have proposed to actually construct the complex, the agriculture and sports complex
Honorable Chair,
in the space.
point of order.
Honorable
I
Chair.
wish
Chair.
for the CC, I don't intend to disrupt, but to just define we, the we that he has used.
So I'm saying as a department.
So you made a decision as a department to start shops?
No, of course, what happened is that over years we had a challenge with the budget, but when
My
the
question
county
is-
executive, just wait,
oh, yes,
because the request by the farmers that we need to have these shows, we made a proposal as a department. It went to the county executive committee for the budgetary allocation, and it came here, and it was approved at the county assembly. So what I'm saying is that immediately we held that, in fact, we downscaled that event for last year into an exhibition, not a show. Why? Is because we were told now we need to shift the event to Kaimosi so that we can allow the takeover by the sports
May I
department.
ask again, Chair? He says we were told.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
important.
Okay.
So you are told by who?
Thank you. I think the information we've received from the government, that is the national government. We have had a joint meeting with the Minister of Sports. We have had a joint meeting with the colleagues in the sports department. And we have even had a visit to even look at the designs. And the designs they have come
My
up with.
question was simple. I just said we were told. You were told by who? Just answer that one and you proceed.
Maybe I should get better words probably to use and say we received information on this, not we were told. Maybe that will make you more comfortable.
Yes, you received from who?
I've said from national government and the county government that there is an intention to do a project there. And the reason, Chair, probably we have not given attention to the structures there is because we have actually handed over that site to the sports and the national government to take over, because we were told the contractor now was supposed to take over the site.
Chair, I
Chair.
pick from the statement
Chair.
that they have not given the attention. So vandalization means the department has allowed the same. What does it, the CC means when he said we have not given attention?
That's why we'll need to probably check. What we're saying is that being constrained, we cannot man all our facilities,
Chair.
as it were.
Chair, accuracy of facts.
Yes.
You know, it has gotten the attention of these people now after being displayed. They were not aware even whether those things has been vandalized before. And that is why they were shocked. They have done investment. They had no idea of what has happened for the last 1 year. As a CEC of agriculture, you've never been to that place. And if that was the case, you wouldn't be shocked the way you've been shocked to see such kind of skeleton fence.
I'm not really shocked. The idea is this: we handed over that site already.
I'm curious to know,
We handed
Honorable
over the site.
Honorable Chair.
Honorable
Chair, I think we've seen the perimeter wall. So let's move on. Honorable
Yes.
Chair, we are done.
So, Honorable Mosby, please.
Yes, Chair, you clearly asked, why did we have to put 2.3 million somewhere the CEC was aware it was going to be vandalized? He has confirmed that he knew that that place cannot be secured. And we went ahead and put because we are discussing this in relation to value for, I think the object is value for money. And then again, Chair, there is the outrageous comment again that we are shifting the show from the center of Nandi to take to Kaimosi, a place where most residents of Nandi will not access value for money, Honorable Chair. I think if that is addressed, because this committee, besides doing the investigation, we want to put things straight, Honorable Chair.
Chair, maybe if I can
Honorable Chair,
respond to that.
before he responds, maybe on that question, could he give us the evidence and confirm to this House that the county government of Nandi takes instructions? I know that the two levels of government are interdependent and they work together. Could he table the evidence about when they were told? Just table the evidence. I'm not asking a question.
So I've said this was a consultative process, and we are temporarily holding our exhibition and shows in Kaimosi until when this facility is completed. And it's a big facility that is not only going to be for sports, but also for exhibition. And I think, Chair, if you could also allow, we will actually show you the photos when this exhibition was taking place last year, and it shows clearly that the fence, the chain link and the concrete poles were intact and was well done.
Do we have the...
But that's not, Chairman, Chairman, that's not even the question.
Chairman, I think if at all, whatever the CEC wants to show us is a perimeter wall, then we go for that. But if it is the same, Honorable Chair,
Honorable
time
members,
is not on side.
maybe, Waziri, you will provide your documentary evidence on the same.
Yes, Chair. Tomorrow, the CEO will give you even the big
Okay,
use of the works.
thank you. Honorable members, I wish that we move. What is it, Honorable Bridget?
As we move from there,
let us move to the last item.
As we move, and it is a very simple observation. I just wanted to know, I'm curious, when you are making the decision to embark on that exercise and you got all the, the concurrence, did you at any point factor in the question of vandalism? At any point? It's just yes or no?
We did not, because we've never...
I'm happy with that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, let us move to the last item, which is a personal emolument.
We've not sorted the renovation to farm and dairy house,
because it was
fabrication of display racks, renovation to agriculture we've not exhausted this, Chair.
That budget of 10 million, Chair, still protect us.
All the projection of the above items.
Honorable Chair, it seems to me, I just want to plead with the committee that it seems to me that this work, there was no value for money. Could we, maybe you have been satisfied. Can we move to the next element?
So we are all in agreement? Yes. Okay. Let us proceed to the last item of personal emoluments. And Waziri, maybe the CEO. What is the actual budgetary, what is the actual amount in your department that you've paid to the employees in your department?
Okay. So the payroll is centrally placed in finance. My department, we had budgeted 250 million 606 754 in 2022-2023. With my staff close salaries on average, it was 16,660, 16 million 660 shillings per month, so translating to around 199 million 200,720. That is for the financial year 2022-2023. For financial year 2023-2024, the budget was 252, 030, 130. Gross salaries increased to 19 million 14,112 per month, translating to 228 million 169 344 on gross.
Now, how many employees do you have in your department?
Together with enablers or those from administration, we have 335, but the technical is 251. That is before.
Kindly chair, come again, Chief Officer.
Total technical and those from administration, the one enablers, I hope you understand, accountants, procurement, they are 335, but the technical is 251. That is before the exercise that happened recently. Yeah?
251.
The technical team?
Technical is 251.
The technical team?
Technical team. That
So
is
can you break
officers.
down the technical team so
Okay,
that for
agricultural
better
officers,
understanding, yeah?
Agricultural officers, we have 99. Livestock production officers, we have 13. Veterinary services officers, we have 118. Fisheries, we have 12. Cooperative, we have 9. Administration, the enablers, we have 84, making a total staff of 335. That is imposed before the exercise that happened recently.
Now, Bwana CEO,
yes.
You personally, how many people have you employed?
I?
Yes.
I don't employ. It is, they are being, it's public service board that employ people. As a chief officer, I just
Okay,
deploy.
how many people did you aid their employment?
How? None.
None. How many people have you deployed to Kaimosi?
Deployed to Kaimosi?
Yes.
Their staff, almost I'll give you the exact number. It was advertised actually, and then we redeployed.
Can you? But
yes, I'll give you.
What were the cadres advertised?
It was. Let me just read to you. I think I have. Kachile.
And was it an external advert or internal?
It was, I think it was, I don't know, it was done before even I came. It was done, it is Nandi County Public Service Board wishes to recruit competent and suitable and qualified, strictly serving Nandi County employees to fill the following positions. I think it was advertised mainly targeting those who are working in Kaimosi as casuals. So it was internal.
It was internal.
Yes.
Now, how many employees do we have in Kaimosi?
You know, some are casuals. And casuals is variable. It depends on the works. Like now, we have the maximum because of the function that we are having in the coming days. So, number of casuals recruited now are more as compared to
those that are on permanent and pensionable terms.
They are part of. They are, because we are paying from the department. They are inclusive of what I have read.
So, how many people have you personally deployed to Kaimosi since you took over as the CEO?
Those ones who were employed during this advert.
How many?
Let me check.
And to that effect, you will have to give to produce their deployment letters.
Yes, I will. There are 7. And then, yeah, there are 7 technical.
What about these other casuals?
And administrative are 7. Huh? Casuals, I don't even employ from the department. Casually, they engage from Kaimosi side.
So now, there is this current crisis that has come because of the audit that was done.
Yes.
Who is to blame?
Huh?
Who is to blame? In your department, after the audit was, after the His Excellency, the governor, made the communications that some of the employees were forced to stop. Their letters were revoked. In your department, as the accounting officer, how many people were affected?
Chair, in conjunction with that, Chair, what you have asked, does it mean Kaimosi is not part of the agriculture? Because I've heard the CEO saying that he is not even engaging on in that place. Is it not part of department or is it independent? Make us to understand.
The casual laborers are engaged on a need basis. So that's the issue.
Chair, something so that he can answer alongside the questions that has been asked. This is to the CEO and CEC and CEO on issue of casuals. You've clearly mentioned that some are on a need basis. But do you have a number of them that you engage them on a daily basis continuously beyond 3 months? You'll answer that too. How many casuals do you engage for fertilizer distribution? You know, fertilizer distribution is a seasonal event. And there are people who have been given that job and they keep on earning money continuously, even when the planting season is over. You'll clarify. 3, you've not clearly tell us the number of permanent employees, whether they were employed after getting autonomy or they were deployed. So you'll clearly tell us those kind of categories so that we can be informed. And sorry, you can answer that first.
Okay, proceed.
For casuals, we really delegated to Director Kaimosi because they engage on need basis. So the time they are applying fertilizer, you will find the number of casuals increased. The time like now, Kaimosi is very busy as we are preparing for World Food Day. So we have more casuals. But immediately after this exercise, you will see it goes down. And then there are some casuals that they have been engaged for some time, even before we came, until they are still there also.
The delegation was in writing?
Yeah.
Delegation through the chair, was it in writing, the delegation? The delegation to employ?
It is not to employ, but to engage casuals.
Yeah, that's employment.
Yes.
Chair, I asked it about specific number, and that is why I was very specific on those that can be engaged on a need basis and those continuous casuals who have been engaged more than 3 months. You should get us the number, and apart from that number, who budgets for them, who is responsible for payment, and which vote?
I think Chair will supply that information.
Honorable Chair, I wish to inform the committee. You see, normally the accounting officer is authorized. And the last time I checked, the only people who can be allowed to do any employment of any sort ends at the ward admin, according to the law.
Okay, Chair.
It can be delegated by the County Public Service Board to the CEO, the sub-county, the ward admin, that way. So you also delegated, or was it the service board which delegated?
Yeah, delegated to me. So Director Kaimosi.
Who was delegated to?
Me.
The employment?
Me.
In writing?
In writing.
And then you delegated?
No, we are in agreement with him. He requested that I need
the question is, did you delegate?
Maybe it's the one requesting that I need this number of staff this month. And then
we have
Chair, accuracy of facts.
We actually signed.
Chair, accuracy of facts. He earlier mentioned and said the issue of casuals squarely lies with the director of Kaimosi. But he has also said is the one authorizing as per the request of the director of Kaimosi.
Yeah, I think what he meant was that...
Honorable Chair,
the
please
kind of-
protect. The witness should not jump in like that. This is House of Order. Chairman.
Thank you, Chair. Let me respond.
You need to warn the witness.
Mheshimiwa, let me respond. It is true I've delegated him to choose the number of people. I'm not the one going to choose from, those people come from the villages. So he's the one who is choosing, and then I give an okay.
Chair permission.
Chair.
Should the casual workers come from the village? Because this is a national cake. This is a national, it is something which touches all the, if it is a casual, it should touch every 30 what? Does it mean it comes from that village? No, we need to know that also the number of casuals and the...
What we said, because it's on the need basis.
Chair,
yes.
I think the witness is interfering with the issue. Chair,
Waziri, please, can you leave this issue to be handled by the...
And Chair, a point that we are driving here is accountability.
Yes.
Suppose the director will today wake up in the morning and say, I need 100 people. And you've given him autonomy to make without any reporting structure.
In fact, the payroll that goes to finance, I signed. I signed after he assigned.
You had said it is squarely lies with him.
No.
And he chooses.
What is square with him is identifying those casual workers, because I can...
But Bonasio, you have a payroll for the department?
No.
So which one are you signing?
The list, not payroll. The list of those staff.
You are not able to provide to this house a number of casuals that are engaged for more than 3 months.
We will provide.
Honorable Chair, I think we are treading on a very risky area, and surely I think this department, it's really, there is seriousness. What would stop the CEO and the director there from colluding and employing people continuously? Or better still, are you saying, CEO, that you would be satisfied if the director said to you, I took 100 today and signs? So for you, it's just to come and sign and forward to the to Treasury. Do you ever satisfy yourself that there were actually those heads? Who does the head count? Are you not opening a room
Bonasio,
no.
Can you answer the questions? Who does the head count?
It is the director, Kaimosi, and it's allowed by the Kaimosi Act.
Chair, who director reports to who?
Me.
So you are not aware, and you've delegated everything to a director that you don't even potter the number of employees being employed. You as
okay. Let me give a chance to the CEO. I'm seeing his answers. He wants to answer some questions. So, honorable members, let us direct some questions to the CEO.
But does she deal with the Kaimosi?
He's in that department.
Actually, I don't deal with Kaimosi, Bwana Chair, but
Chair, let
allow
us
me
deal
to just respond, because I am aware of what happens also by the fact that I work within the department. On the matter of Kaimosi casuals, usually the director gives the CEO a work plan, a quarterly work plan, and they decide on the number.
Honorable Chair, could we understand, please, I do not wish to interrupt, but is it that she's speaking for him?
I am not speaking for him.
Can we be clear, which CEO are you referring to?
I'm referring to the CEO Agriculture, but kindly,
Are you
Chair,
referring to
I'd
yourself?
like to be given a minute to respond.
Honorable Chair, please.
Honorable member, let us hold on. Let us give
We must deal with somebody who is responsible with Kaimosi to provide us accurate information as far as Kaimosi is
honorable
concerned.
members.
But if she's speaking for him, it's okay. He can say, I am unable to speak for myself. She's now speaking for me. Then we'll be satisfied. I didn't ask for too much.
Honorable members, let us give...
No, Chair, protect us. I have one comment. When they were doing introduction, we had the CEO and the director for cooperatives, and the other one was for agriculture. So if you allow someone for cooperative to answer agriculture, how does it work? Make us to understand.
Because the CEO is here.
You know, honorable
Because
members,
the CEO is the
we
owner.
also need to see the issue of conspiracy. So let's answer.
Can I then respond, Chair, on the...
No, I want the CEO cooperative to answer to the questions. He said there is a quarterly work plan. So can you provide the quarterly work plan, Madam CEO?
Just for clarity and to avoid any, I'm not answering for the CEO. I only saw that he's missing out on something that he knows, and I was trying to write to him and he couldn't pick it. So allow me to really answer because I know how it works. Kindly.
So you proceed.
I was saying the director gives his work plan to the CEO. And they agree.
Which CEO?
The CEO Agriculture.
Is it the one here?
He's the one here.
But he's not aware.
No.
Chair. Honorable members, please, let us allow the CEO cooperative to answer to the questions, please.
And
Honorable please, let us allow, please.
What she means is this, eh?
What we can we need to.
She's paraphrasing on what I've told you.
We need to be fair, honorable
Chair,
members,
but we have
please.
distinct roles in this department, and that is why it was
and
wise.
that is why the CEO cooperative is showing that he knows some more information than the CEO agriculture.
Yes.
So let us allow her to proceed.
She's paraphrasing what I've told you. I've told you there are some seasons that we have more works. How do I know that we have more works?
Now,
the plan that he has given
the
to me.
CEO agriculture.
Yes.
Are you confirming the words of the CEO cooperative that there is a quarterly work plan?
It is true. It's only that we had not captured it. Because I've told you, every now and then, there is a time where we have more activities. And that's the reason, the time I will know we have more activities is because of the work plan that I've been given. The last 2 weeks, we were...
So can you provide us with a copy of the work plan for the previous 4 quarters?
In fact, it comes to the work plan with a budget. So what happens, in fact, I've had instances where I have to intervene when he has delayed scrutinizing, and the director is telling me, I'm running out of time. Can you please request the CEO to approve it for me? I have had those instances.
Honorable Chair.
Yes.
Is the CC the authorized officer? Is he the one running
I know what happens.
Maybe he's the CEO. He should tell us.
Not really. I know what happens
Honorable
in my
member, according to my understanding, the CC is the head of the department.
Yes.
And when there were some delays, the director had to call the CC to intervene. That is what I have understood, honorable member.
Yeah.
So, and that is what the CC explained.
Because it is not only the CEO agriculture, but also CEO finance, because of the fund budgetary allocation.
So let us continue with the CEO agriculture.
Yes.
Now, how many employees and what is the actual amount of money that you've spent on personal emoluments for the 2 financial years? Not the budgeted amount. Don't refer to the budget. I want the actual figures.
For where?
For the entire department.
Okay.
Including Kaimosi, Honorable Chair.
It's included. Total, it's inclusive.
In Kaimosi, we have... Okay. So I had said, every month we pay in 2022-2023, every month we pay 16,600,060 on average every month. That translates to 199,200,720. And last year there was an increment, and we were able to pay 19,014,112, translating to 228,169,344. But as I told you, the payroll is centrally managed at finance.
Seen that during the financial year 2022-2023, it was just around 199 million, only with a span of 1 year. Coming to 23-24, the figure have just raised up to 228 million. So can you explain to us why this figure rose within a span of 1 year?
Yeah, there was employment twice. The one for Kaimosi, and then for the one for veterinary. I think for veterinary it was twice. AI service and meat inspectors. And then cooperative also, they employed. So that's why. And also there was promotion for those people who are over 55 years.
So I heard that when we are talking about Kaimosi, you had talked of redeployment. Yeah, and it was just within. It was internal. It was redeployment, which means the people who moved to Kaimosi were already in the office.
Okay, you know when they did the interview, it is the public service board that did the interview. So I received the letters from the public service through the CS confirming that those have been employed under my department, redeploy. And that's why I redeployed the same people to the same place. It's just a procedure.
Chair, maybe question.
Chair,
Okay.
Chair.
Resignation.
Yes, Honorable Julius.
Now, the CEO is talking of deployment after an interview has been done. Can we be given the advert for the said interview?
Yes, we'll give you.
Chair.
Yeah, because
Chair.
it is very important. And how many people was it employed there? Because you can give us an advert which says a certain officers. So we have to be specific that are you the one who make the request for the said employment?
Just like I had said, sorry, Chair.
For Bridget and then Mospe, so that you will answer the three questions from the honorable members.
Chair, the CEO has said that they had a promotion of using the old age. So I need CEO to clarify that you promote people when they are old, when they are 55 and above or through the experience, kindly.
Mospe?
Okay.
Yes, still on the over 55 qualification. I remember, Chair, I sought a statement from the same department after complaints from workers in that department on discriminate promotion. Now at least it is coming out that when one attains the age of 55, they get promoted. Secondly, my question is about, now you have the vets. Most of the vets, most of the meat inspectors, I know there were those where there was an advert, but there are others who are already in. The ward agricultural officers, they should tell us, of the 30 wards, how many ward agricultural officers are in service? Vets again, how many vets? Because I look at this as critical service. And what plans do they have for these critical officers in our respective wards? Thank
Okay,
you.
now the CEO, you can answer the three questions from the three honorable members.
There was a question on promotion about the old age. I think old age, it was not a decision of the department. I think it lies squarely on the board, and they are in a better position to answer why today choose to promote those who are old.
Maybe so that we just don't lose it, Honorable Chair. I wish to ask the CEO whether he sits in the County Human Resource Advisory Committee. What is your role?
Yes, I am in the crack.
Yeah, what is your role there?
Our role is to approve requests from departments.
Just go on.
Yeah.
Like this question of age, does it come to your purview? Did it come to your table?
Okay, I think I came in when this promotion has been done, so I don't know if they discussed.
you're tiring as a witness with this question of when you came in.
Maybe she can assist you.
You should quickly come and learn. Are you saying that after 2 years you have not learned anything?
Yes,
No, start specifically. So what was discussed during the crack? Maybe she can answer.
Okay, yeah, even the CEO there. Yeah. Now I know. Do you sit in crack also?
Yes.
As a rejoinder question, Chairman, when was the last time the promotion was done? I understand very well. We have a number of officers, agricultural officers. They are almost retiring. They have not been promoted. I know a number of them, Chief Officer. When was the last time when the promotion was made? And which criteria did you use? And again, obvious, you are sitting in that crack committee. Have you ever tabled the same information that some officers need to be promoted?
So
and why are you telling us that you came last time?
Okay.
Or you came late?
Okay, so
okay, so
the CEO, you can also clarify this one. When you talk of people who are old age in the department, are the one getting promoted. Is it being old because that the particular person have worked for several years in the department, or the exact age of the person? Because somebody can get employed at even 45 or at 50 years. And then at the span of 5 years, that person is 55. You promote that one. But somebody had worked from the age of 25 up to the age of 50, that person have worked 25 years, and we are promoting somebody who have worked only for 5 years.
I think the
so what is the question of this age?
Chair, in addition to that, remember that was an issue also we handled, Chair. Is there any law? Is there any law within this country, Kenya, that somebody is employed on the basis of age? Is there any backing of the law to look at the age? Two, Chair, there's two components. There are two important questions I had asked. And I would ask that you direct the CEO and the CC to provide with us that information. One, the list of casuals dealing with fertilizer. I'm saying this, Chair, because I'm privy to the information. I know of a lady who is selling clothes in Nandhills. She has been on payroll continuously. I cannot discuss the name here. And there is no fertilizer to be issued. She keeps on earning salary as part of the casuals of Kaimosi. And that is why I'm very serious on this, Chair. Let them avail us, or rather provide us with the names of casuals on a need basis, casuals that has been engaged more than 3 months, and what they earn. It is very important for this committee.
Maybe, Chair.
Honorable Maina.
Important that we have verifiable documents. So maybe if they are paid out of a bank account, could we get that bank account, including the certified statements? That way we will be able to satisfy ourselves.
Chair.
And
Chair.
let me make some directions here to the CEO. You will have to provide us the list of casuals with the certified payment records to that effect for the 2 financial years.
That's for fertilizer only or for all?
All the casuals in Kaimosi.
Chair, I had a question.
Honorable Maina, Tarbi?
Yeah, Chair, I think the CEO was interrupted before he told us how many staff was affected by this PSC report. And also, Chair, if I heard the CEO correctly, he said he received some instruction from the public service of the deployment of staff in his department. So I don't know if those staff were he requested for them, or they are just posted by the public service.
No, okay, can I respond? Yeah. Thank you, Chair. For the one for deployment was an internal artifact for Kaimosi. Those are the workers of Kaimosi who had worked for several years on casual basis. So they were now, they were confirmed, some were confirmed on permanent and pensionable, and a few were on contract.
So apart from those, are there any other stuff you have received from public service which you have not requested, maybe in your department? That the public service hires and they are posted to your
For the time I've been there.
And
No.
on the same, have you requested any additional stuff?
Yes, yes. Several times. She's the chair of the departmental cracker, and we have sat when she's sharing, and we have made several requests, both on the employment and also promotions.
So are there any staff that have been employed through your request?
There has been no successful advert on that case because of availability of funds. Maybe for now,
Okay.
you might.
Maybe an interjection, and my question goes directly to Waziri. This issue of the farm tractors, I'm not talking of the issue that we were deliberating, but now, how were the drivers for the same farm tractors employed? I think that one now, Waziri will have to answer us because the CEO was not there. So how were they employed?
Chair, as he answers that as a very important question, the CEC has been pushing for so much for autonomy, which we passed in this assembly. Could you tell this committee, since Kaimosi became autonomous, are we running profits or losses? How now are we operating? Before and after, could you kindly share some information?
Thank you. Chair, let me, on the casual for the tractor drivers, we have actually made several requests for the Public Service Board to consider, and it has not been very successful. So we have been using also casuals when on a need basis. But what we did was, of course, to get experienced drivers and train them. But it has been very difficult to retain them because in this season, you have this driver, the next season, you have to get another one. So sometimes...
So what is the procedure?
They are just needed, on the... basically, it's on the need basis, just like the way we engage in Kaimosi. It's on a need basis.
What are their remunerations?
They are paid 200 shillings per acre.
What is the agreement?
Yep.
200 shillings per acre.
And,
Chair,
and yes.
A question on the same. When the CEO was talking, he said initially the money for fuel was paid to these people.
For the record, I said the monies meant for fuel would be sent to the coordinator of the tractor so that he's able to fuel the tractor. And the balance is put in the county account. So there were
Who is the coordinator here?
It's called Zakari. There's a lady called Milka and there's Shadrach.
So they are coordinating all the tractors?
All the machinery, not just the tractors.
And the money, is it paid to their own M-Pesa account?
The money for the fuel, yes.
It's paid to the M-Pesa of the, okay.
And then the balance, the petrol station, sorry, who fuels now the tractors? And then there's a balance. How much is it? The dry rates.
I think you are contradicting.
No, Chair, if you allow.
The CEO,
Chair,
don't take the information that you have been given by the CEC and the CEO.
Chair, for clarity.
You just answer what you have been asked.
Chair, because this issue of transaction has caused a lot of issues, I think the two witnesses should be invited by this honorable committee.
Can you give us the details for these two people? And are they the employees of the county government? Duly employed? The two persons managing...
Currently they have been affected by the HR issues.
But that doesn't affect our committee, Chair.
That one will not affect the proceedings of this committee.
No, of course it doesn't do it, the Chair. The only problem is that somebody who was not properly employed was handling monies belonging to the people of Nandi under the supervision of the officers here. Is that a true position, CC?
And I think, as I've said...
I've just asked yes or no.
No. Because, as I've said,
hold on.
made
CC, please, Chair. Were these people properly employed in the county?
according, of course, we have an audit
Yes
now that is
or
saying contrary.
So they were not.
Honorable member, let me take up the matter.
Okay, yeah, please.
See, the two people that are coordinating the operations of the farm machinery, were they duly employed before the audit?
So according to the audit report, they have been affected. That's what we're saying.
So
it's not for us to determine. Some have gone to court. That's what I'm saying. According to because from our engagement, as I've said, they were casuals and we engage them on a need basis.
Now, let me pose another question, CC. The two persons that were running the affairs of the county farm machinery, when you came in as the CC, you found them.
Remember this.
When you came in 2017,
yes,
were they already employed by the county
tractors.
government?
There were no tractors.
They were not tractors. Yes. So who employed them?
That's what I was saying, because they are casuals, we engage them on a need basis.
No, I'm not talking about the drivers. Yes. I'm talking about the two personnel that were managing the operations of these tractors.
Of course,
were they employees of the county government when you came in? Before after 2017?
Not really.
So when did you get to know them?
They were engaged on a need basis at that time when there was a need for such services.
So, Honorable Chair, may I ask the CC?
Yes.
Were the two employees known to you, or the casuals, as you are saying, known to you? Because I can't imagine just an ordinary person, a casual, given a mandate as a coordinator to collect the revenue for the county government.
On top of that, who delegated the responsibility to the two?
I think what we have explained is that when
Honorable Chair, why don't they answer the question?
We made requests to engage these casuals, and I think once we had engaged, we allocated them, we assigned them the duties. As at
Chair,
that time, the CEO who was in office.
Chair,
at
the question was very specific. Chair.
Honorable members,
he has been asked who assigns roles to these two officers. Simple. Say you or the CEO. Why all these other stories?
At that time, the CEO at that time.
Do they have any formal agreement or letters to that effect? Because these are people handling government assets. Do they have any formal engagement letters?
Like we have just said, they were affected by the recent...
Honorable CEO,
Chair,
what is the law saying on management of government assets? What does the law say on management of government assets?
It is the responsibility of the CEO.
So what does the law say?
That I must protect the assets of the government.
So do you go ahead and just delegate anybody?
No, the problem
to a casual?
The problem is this. Yet appointment, yet letters. He was the employee of this county.
So you are confirming that he was the two of them were on contract, duly on contract. Through the
Honorable Chair, the officers are contracting themselves. Some few minutes ago, they were telling us they were casuals. Now they are on contract basis.
No, okay.
So which is which?
Let me clarify, Mheshimiwa. Engineer Kipkemboy is on P&P. Engineer, and his overall. Engineer Shadrach was on contract and was affected by the process. And then the lady she's being mentioned, she doesn't handle any of the tractors. She's the one who is being sent to the ground to confirm the
Honorable Chair, accuracy of facts.
Confirm what?
Honorable Chair.
Honorable members, please allow the CEO.
Just confirm. The other
Honorable members, there is a statement I'm waiting for the CEO to complete. To confirm what?
You know, when there is a requisition, I think Wasiri was trying to say last time, when there is a requisition by the farmer, there is a form that is filled. The farmer says, I have 1 acre. How will you know it is really 1 acre? You have to verify. So she goes to the ground and verify. And she has a gadget to be used. So that is only a role. But issues of tractors, releasing tractors and doing everything is short track.
I think, Chair. But Nasio, honorable member, just a bit. You are contradicting the earlier information by the CC.
Yes.
Because if I'm not wrong, and it is on record, the CC said that there is a, through the partnership with some donors, you've developed a certain software.
That's the gadget I'm saying. He's using it so to verify. If you say I have 1 acre and I don't know your gadget and I confirm kama ni 1 acre, and I can see, by the way, I have the yellow track in my phone. I can see all the tractors that are down and all the tractors that are working.
In that note, Chair.
That is the tracking system.
Yes, it's called Hello Tractor.
But it has to be carried physically by somebody to go and confirm.
No, it's on phone. It's for digital, right?
It's an app.
Again,
but he goes to confirm physically.
So now you know, now we are deviating from the real issue that you know, we are talking of the personal emoluments.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
And we were pursuing the issue of the farm tractors, and I had posed a question to Waziri that how did you get to employ the 8 drivers, and you have agreed with me that they were casuals?
Yeah.
And their terms is that it is 200 per
acre.
Per acre.
Yes.
Do we have any agreement to that effect? Because government, we don't run government on verbal or on hearsay. We must have records.
Chair.
So do we have any agreement with the same
Chair.
8 tractors or a bit? Do we have any agreement? And actually, what made you to entrust the government machinery to a casual worker?
Just the way he has responded. Since these tractors were put, they have made a lot of requests for the drivers to be employed, and they have never been successful, and the work has to continue. And it is not the same casuals that are, not all of them are engaged at the same time.
And I think, Chair, it's just like the issue of the fertilizer. The request through NCDB to engage casuals.
Chair, I know you are about to raise this case. It shows, because in that tractor, if indeed I'm representing people from here, and I know of so many that they can drive, and the CEC and CEO is taking us around, yet they know whom they picked. You know, you cannot pick anywhere from anybody from anywhere, because it has just clear, it has just give us an indicator that those people who are driving those tractors, they know, the CEC knows those people. Because I'm wondering if my ward is bordering with almost the office and we have none who is driving those tractors. What does that tell you?
Chair, and I think I would say they have been changing. In fact, we don't have consistent drivers for those tractors. As I've said,
Chair,
on addition,
basis.
Chair.
Allow Honorable Bridget.
On addition, Chair.
Yes.
We are aware that this department has motorbikes. How many motorbikes do you have? Who drives them and who fuels them? And the bus. So we need those who are the workers there, in addition to the tractors.
Chair.
Yes, Chair. I've observed quite a number of tractors are broken down when they look very new. And maybe we should be told how many have broken down, how many are not in usable conditions as we speak now.
Again, Chair, let me ask the Chief and the Wasiri. Are the tractors operational as at now? And if not, who are the acting coordinators? Because
Bwana Mwenyekiti, maybe also just as small rider, because you've been operating on squad, I'm using quote unquote, squad, and you know how dangerous that is, even for your own vehicle. You bring this person, you bring another on a need basis. How do you feel considering what they have asked? Even the question of some of them being broken down and what have you. Have you really been good protectors, good, what do they call it? There is a name. Stewards of county funds? Is this not a ghost project? In fact, this is part of the reason why we zeroed on it. Because we are looking at ghost projects and we suspect that these are ghosts, and it is really becoming very ghostly.
I want to, Chair, to respond that this is not cost project, and I can tell you that most farmers have benefited from this project. As I've said, most farmers now have even acquired more implements as a result of that. Additionally, on the issue of the, what we've said actually is that we've been engaging them on a need basis, depending with their availability. And I think if you look at even the initial way that we were working, the group that we thought were coming in as casuals, we even did some training for them through the supplier. And we were hoping that they would be absorbed within a very short time. We made requests to the county secretary, to the public service board, but we have not been able to succeed to get that. So but then
Waziri,
we have had to devise a way to make sure that the services are available for the farmers.
Now, Waziri, you've talked of the farmers who have benefited from this county machinery.
Chair, allow me first.
And Chairman, we are asking questions, and kindly, we have said who is acting coordinators at now?
Chair, the CC has mentioned a training. Maybe that aspect should be captured, whether the resources were allocated on training of the same. Because if they are saying that these are casuals, and they were trained by the department, maybe we need to afford it on the same and the budget that was used for training. I don't know if they were trained.
Honorable members,
it was an after-supply service, after-sales service by the supplier. It was an after-sales service.
To train the drivers?
Yes, the operators. These are not, we actually call them operators. But you see, Nandi also being an agricultural county, really, the thing is that you have a lot of, they have licenses. The starting point is to determine whether the person has a driving license or has had some experience. Then you engage them on a casual basis.
Yeah, because what I want to understand, Chair, if these are people who are engaged on need basis, so you train this one, let go, get some new ones, train. So I need to get the picture because I'm not getting, and maybe you can expound on the after sale service more because
that has been the challenge.
Secondly, Waziri and the CEO, there is a very question asked by Honorable Josephat Bate, about now, if the same machines are operational currently.
Yeah, most of them are operational, but not all work at the same time.
How many of them are operational?
Now. And who is in charge? Who is coordinating?
Okay, one tractor is working in Kaimosi for the activities that is ongoing there. One tractor was requested by administration, the one that is collecting garbage. That is one of them. And the other 5 in the department. It's only one that has got some challenges, but very little. It's about wiring. But the rest are in good working conditions.
For motorbikes, kindly.
Yes. Okay, when we bought motorbikes, Waziri will explain also, it was meant for extension services. So every WOW has got a motorbike. Every ward has got a motorbike. There were some motorbikes that were bought by the project. That is Narik or Narik for 20 wards. And recently, we got another 10 for the balance 10 wards. So, and all in the county, we also bought motorbikes for FETs, AI service providers. So it is those people who are using the motorbikes and we don't fuel, they fuel for themselves.
Chair, I have a question concerning the motorbike for agricultural officers. When was the last time you fuel? Because I understand very well. Those extension officers are suffering. They are pocketing their own money to fuel the county machinery. When was the last time?
And
That's
don't.
why I've just said clearly that they fuel for themselves.
Why?
To budgetary allocation for
And
fuel.
when was even the servicing? The servicing of the motorbikes are done by the operators, the extension officers? Or are you in a position to tell these honorable house that you are servicing the motorbikes for extension officers? If yes, provide us with the carriage or the servicemen. I think that
What was, maybe honorable members, let me put it in another fashion. What was the initial agreement, Waziri, when you handed over these motorbikes to these veterinary officers and the field extension officers? What was the initial agreement?
Normally, when these officers are in the field, and especially on a specific assignment, because if you look at for extension, for example, it is actually on for the project. So during the project time, they normally, when they go to the field, they are given transport allowance, and it's to make them move. So what they do is that they use that amount, of course, to fuel. Yeah.
Honorable Chair, I am interested to know, through you, who procured the motorbikes?
We had, of course, some that we procured as a department. That was way before for the vets. But for this other one, we have, like for KSEP Kral, they procured and delivered to us. The one that NAFCDP now procured, they procured recently the 10 of them for the remaining 10 wards. They procured.
Were you involved in the procurement? Any of you?
Not really. Remember, this is a World Bank process.
Were you involved?
Whichever way, it's about. I don't know, because I don't procure.
I think, Waziri, can you be actually confine yourself?
It's a relative
Were
thing.
you as a department? It is not specifically you as a person.
What I do
as a department, were you involved?
We receive communication that.
The question is, were you involved?
Yes. No. In terms of the procuring itself process, remember NARIC, for example, and NAFCDP, they ran through the World Bank procurement system.
Then I'm happy with that.
Not the
I'm happy with that. I'm happy
Chair.
with that.
Yeah.
I'm happy with that. A last question, Honorable Chair, on the question of the tractors. You mentioned the one that is used by administration and another one in Kaimosi.
Yes.
Is there a way, do they pay? Do those entities pay the department?
Chair. Chair.
No, it was.
Chair.
I think
we were salvaging a situation. We had a situation.
Yes, Honorable Keter.
I think you should protect us, Chair, because we are just going psycho and we are not getting answers. Even the bus itself, the CEO and the Wasiri has not answered on that. Can you make the ruling? Because the remaining part, we will do it as a...
Yeah, so I think
to protect us.
It will be now upon the committee to decide
Chairman,
on the remaining part.
Chair,
Yes?
we have a number of grounded motorbikes across the county. How many? Do you have the exact number, Chief? And when did you done some servicing? And Wasiru, you have said that you always give us some allowances for extension officers. Is that true?
Just within the project. So whenever there is an activity of the project, they are facilitated.
What about the servicing of the motorbikes?
To the best of my knowledge, we don't have any budget for that because of the constraints of the budget.
Okay, they have been pocketing their own, they have been doing at their own comfort service.
Yes, and that's why we even introduced, we had a proposal, and I think that one probably we did not get the approval of the cabinet, was to have what we call extension mobility scheme. And what we are proposing is that we put in a revolving fund of like 5 million. Every time we buy motorbikes, we actually buy for the farm, for the officers, and it becomes their own asset. But what they do, they repay through their salary, and then you maintain your own, because it's for your own convenience, so that you don't need to like driving a GK. That way you would ensure that the officer actually maintains it. But that issue has not, I mean, we are still probably going to propose it also in the policy if it can be considered. In fact, it's a discussion also at the national level to see how can we make extension service more flexible and even more accessible to farmers by facilitating the extension officers. Because if you buy them a motorbike, they ride a motorbike, and because there's a challenge in terms of maintenance, when it breaks down, it's kept there. So probably we need to agree on
Chair,
that. So
I think as we have requested to, Chair, because for one purpose,
okay,
this one of motorbike.
Maybe honorable members, I want to rule that the issue of motorbikes and the farm tractors, let us leave it for our own consumption, and let us go to the main agenda of the personal emoluments.
Maybe
I'll ask Waziri, you sit in the cabinet. Who is to blame for the recent findings by the Public Service Commission? Who is to blame?
What I think is that since devolution, we've all had challenges in terms of engagement of staff, and you've seen even in terms of the casual laborers.
Chair.
I think, Waziri, I've actually severally asked you to be specific to the question. And my question is, who is to blame for the recent findings by the Public Service Commission? Is it the Public Service Board? Is it the Cabinet? Is it you as a Waziri of the department or the CEOs? Who is to blame?
I would say that this is a systemic issue, so you may not be able to get the answer as to who to blame.
So there's nobody to blame. Through you, the chair. Do you have any role?
Maybe
even in law.
Be specific.
Even in law.
You be specific on that.
Are you a member of the SEC?
Yes, County Executive Committee member.
I draw your attention to Section 46 of the Operative Act.
Yes.
Are you conversant with it?
Yes.
What does it say?
Probably the role of the County Executive Committee, and part of it is to implement the.
What does it say? Or what does it say, CC?
I cannot state each item, but I know the overall role of what I play as a CC.
Okay, so do you have a role in organizing the county?
Yes, I do.
Did you organize the county well?
Yes, to the best of my ability, I did, and we have.
But we have a mess.
The mess, okay. That's what I've said. The mess is relative. The mess is relative. I've said it's a systemic issue, and if you are looking for an individual, you may not arrive at the answer. It's a systemic issue. That is why in any risk situation.
Yeah. Which system?
I've said systemic issue.
Okay, let's just look at the county government on witness. The county government, you know what we have.
If you want to narrow down to Nandi alone, you might not get the answer. The issue is for us to look at the solution to the problem.
Understand
you know,
the problem.
honorable member and Waziri, you know that public funds have been lost. That one, we don't dispute that. Is that true or false?
From the audit, yes. Which already even the same individual who are affected are claiming that they were enrolled procedurally. And what we know is that if you were to ask me, probably with respect to an individual in my department, I would still be able to tell you that these are staff that I've been working with. How that person was engaged through the Public Service Board, if it was unprocedural, it's not within my purview to determine.
So, and that is why I'm going back to the earlier question, Waziri. Yes. Who is to blame?
And that's what I said. If you are looking for who, you might not arrive at the answer.
Chair, very important question in line with what you have said. He has admitted that he sits in the County Executive Committee. He sits in one of the serious body called the Cabinet, where they make policies. Bwana Waziri, for the last 2 years, at your personal level, you must have realized at a given time that indeed the wage bill is ballooning. Every month it is ballooning. Where you sit as a cabinet, didn't you realize that there is a mess? And if you did realize there was a mess, what action at the cabinet level did you take?
I would say, as I mentioned, it's
collective responsibility, that is.
Thank you. And as you've just said, 2 years. I came in 2017. This is an issue that we even identified as a cabinet then. And if you are in Nandi, you would recall, we suspended over 1,300 employees who are, in fact, most of them were casuals, some were sweepers in the hospitals and what have you. And it was a big issue. Of course, there was an outcry and you still had to go back. Even after that, issues, for example, the hospital, the people who were cleaning and all that, we needed to still find a way to correct that. But still, you can see the issue recurred. The decision then was to look at the essential services and re-engage some of the people who are already working in essential areas. And they were re-engaged, but still again, being systemic problem, we still had continuously
through the chair,
increase.
through the chair, point of
If you
order,
can allow
Honorable
me
Chair.
to complete
Honorable Chair, through you.
Let us allow the CC finish.
You know the problem is, Honorable Chair, everybody knows that we even have had ghost workers. It is common knowledge. You know,
Chair,
for the CEC to keep on talking as if really we
the
did
member could allow me
just
to
a moment.
complete and allow me to arrive at the conclusion.
Just a moment, because you cannot. It's not as if you are not aware, and so we are just asking about the responsibility, because this is an oversight body. Like, for instance, now maybe it would have been nice for us to just proceed in a more orderly fashion and ask you the question of the 199. This figure we had for 2022-2023, 199 million. Did you defend it in cabinet?
Yes, it was in the cabinet.
You defended it.
The budget.
Just hold on. Did
Yes.
you defend it?
Yes, definitely. And I wanted to say that
And you brought a CPROP to this house as a county executive committee.
what came to this house was a budget that we approved as a cabinet committee. And I think when you are outside is when we explained this figure. You had actually stepped out. And I think I was just arriving at the question asked by the member from Kapchorwa about how systemic this issue is. And if we just indulge ourselves as leadership also, we'll probably find a solution. It is systemic in the sense that even the same, from the citizenry, we have had issues, even people who engage through the other government, national government agencies where they get employment. We tried even to re-engage, as I've said, essential workers, but you still find a wage bill ballooning. The other day, after the National Wage Bill Conference, that's what I want to arrive at your situation. After the National Wage Bill Conference, which it was acknowledged and resolved that this is a systemic issue, not affecting Nandi only. It is affecting all 47 counties. It's affecting national government. It's affecting the state
Honorable
agencies.
Chair,
Let
I
me
think
finish.
you need to
Let me
protect us
finish.
as we said.
As a SEC,
Okay.
as a SEC,
Chair,
Honorable
let
members,
the witness
let me conclude the
confine
last
himself.
sentence.
Chair, let the witness confine himself to the issues raised pertaining this HADO committee.
Thank you. And I'm arriving at that, Chair. I have said, after all that, as a cabinet committee members in Nandi, we received the report from the National Wage Bill Conference, and we made a decision. And one of the decisions, the decision we made was to invite the Public Service Commission to come and do an independent audit of our payroll. It was a cabinet decision.
Honorable Chair.
So the process, as you're seeing today, it was a cabinet decision. So we have done something.
Honorable Chair, may I ask?
Yes.
The Waziri, did the service board at any given time, did it ever come to your attention that they had raised an issue at all regarding staff? Is there anything that you can show as an evidence? Because what you are talking about, you are actually usurping the role of the service board. So are you suggesting to this committee that suddenly you discovered that the wage bill had ballooned? You discovered
And I've
abruptly.
said we have had several attempts in the past, Chair, to even audit. But those were internal audits and they never yielded any success. That's why we opted for an external audit.
What was the problem?
That's what we've said, it's a systemic issue.
Okay, honorable members, I wish that the issue on personal emoluments, the remaining bit remains for the committee.
Let me ask
I have a few questions, Honorable Chair.
My questions have not been answered, Chair.
Can you come up again for?
I was asking about the technical stuff. I asked about the 30 ward agricultural officers. I'm asking about vets very important people in the society, and other technical staff. So how many have remained? How many have been retained for purposes of emergencies? Have they all gone home? If not, or if they've gone, what is the plan within the department? Have they requested? I've seen adverts for Department of Health. What about this Department of Agriculture? Or there is an agreement that let us get back those who can save the face of the government, and then the others can suffer for as long as, who knows?
Okay.
Okay. Let me respond to Mheshimiwa. The most affected directorate is agriculture. And we had 99. 43 were affected. We are remaining with only 56. And remember, these are the staff who came, most of them came from the national government. Most of them are old, they're almost retiring, and they qualify for lighter jobs. So most of these 43 were the young men. And then veterinary services, 3 were affected, 1 FIO and 2 animal health assistants. Cooperative officers, 3 were affected, making a total of 49. So the staff that remains in agriculture is only 56. We still have adequate for veterinary services because we still have 113. And for cooperative, we only have 6. 6. 3 of them, out of 9, 3 were affected. So we have only 6 cooperative officers. Total impost or
technical.
Total affected technical is 49.
I mean total technical remaining.
202.
Okay. The other concern, Honorable Mosby?
The plan to recruit, it is true we are having also plans like the way Health have done. And we sat as departmental crack. We came up with a proposal and it was sent to county crack and it was approved through the CS to the Public Service Board. So we are waiting for the Public Service Board to advertise vacancies for the Department of Agriculture.
Just so that we can end, where does this put the program of NAF CDP?
Huh?
The NAF CDP program?
Yes.
Where does it put that program? Because when you have most of these technical staff not being there, the cooperatives, the cooperatives are supposed to be running now, and they are not there. And there is, I think that money is from donors. So I don't know how.
That's why we've requested for them. We've requested, because of course we have some staff at the sub-county who will still support the wards, but they'll not be sufficient. But that is in the interim as we are fast-tracking the recruitment of these affected staff.
Chair, you can allow me to ask the CC, and our concern has been raised also by the CEO. It seems now their plans are full swing for re-employment again, and the CEC has talked of systemic issues. So if it's the same service board that has caused this mess, now Department of Health have started recruiting, the same, the agriculture is now recruiting, and it's the same service board. What does, maybe from the point of view from the CEC, are we not going back to the same mess?
And that's why, Chair, I said, you might not arrive at who, because probably the same service board might distance themselves. So being a systemic issue, the beauty for us this time is actually we want now the recruitment even process and even the payroll to be domiciled at the department level, not centrally. This will help us because I'm the one paying. As a department, I know how many people I have, and I cannot have a room for any ghost worker. So I think there was a loop.
Honorable Chair, is the CC suggesting that right now he is not able to know how many people he has? Right now, even if the payroll was in Nairobi?
The issue is that we'll not be able to know.
Or would you not?
Supposing Supposing I'm saying somebody has been posted in the system as belonging to my department and is not in my department, but is being paid salary from elsewhere, purporting to be in my department, and they are not in my department.
So there are instances like that?
Yes.
Are there instances like that in Nandi?
I don't have any specific proof in my department, but I'm saying it could happen.
Okay,
I'm
satisfied. Honorable Chair, I have two questions. One is to the CEO or to the CC as well. There are some two staff.
Before I allow you, there is an issue that has been raised by Honorable Tarbei that now Waziri, the same service board that is going to handle the same recruitment process is the same service board that did an audit at Kaimosi. And even the results went even more worse. So, do you, Waziri, do you trust the same service board to handle this process?
Chair, it's not for me to have trust. For me, I need a service, and I've placed a request. So it's not for me to judge or determine.
But based on past circumstances, and with the findings?
For me, it's about reforming generally our processes and the systems. As I've said, being a systemic issue, we've got also, it's not necessarily sometimes about individuals.
I think when we talk of the service board, it is not about an individuals, Waziri.
That's what I'm saying. You might be saying the current service board because there are individuals in there. The question is that, have we had the similar problems in other service boards before? Yes. Do we have similar occurrences in other counties or
Honorable
other
Chair.
jurisdictions? Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, one more question on this issue of the issue of wage bill. Recently, when they were issuing letters of revocation, we are privy that the county secretary refused to append his signature, basically because he said, I was not involved in the process. Could you then admit that the process was flawed and procedural, and part of the cabinet members participated in this unprocedural employment? Could you confirm that that was the case?
I cannot confirm because I am not privy to the fact that CS did not sign. I do not know.
Okay, so my question to the two gentlemen, the CCs, the C and CO, we have some, this is a question from my constituents who retired. One of them is called Vincent, and another one, I think they have asked you directly. They wrote letters to you. There is even a letter that the CEO you wrote to somebody else. Is it true that you asked them to continue in service after retirement for a number of months? They could easily be listening now.
Where I'm seated, I cannot confirm. Maybe Basiri can confirm.
I have actually received the same requests, and we've asked the county secretary to.
I asked a question. Did you ask them to continue on service?
We do not know who asked them to continue in service.
Did you ask them?
No.
Okay, thank you. So are you likely to compensate them?
That's what I'm saying. What we have done, because we have received the requests.
Is it possible that you will compensate them?
What we're saying, we'll look at if there was also a letter to request them to extend. What happens is that it will follow the due process
so you
of
will
claim.
check. You will
so
check.
It's possible once we get there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now the final question. We've heard about people being on payrolls, other than the payrolls, the normal payrolls. So I would like each one of you to confirm whether they are on one payroll or on another payroll. I mean the normal payroll and outside payroll. So either direction, maybe we can start from director through the chair. Are you on any other payroll?
Chair.
It is there, yes or no?
I'm on IPPD, the central payroll. And,
okay. You are on one payroll?
Yes.
The CEO cooperative.
I am on one payroll, but there's the airtime that is paid to the CEOs that is paid outside the payroll. That is an amount of around 5,800.
Yes, I'm on one payroll.
Yes, too, I'm on one payroll in IPPD from the one that I reported here. And on what the CEO has said, in our first term, we used to get 10,000 outside the payroll, which it was in the SRC but was not in IPPD system. But for us right now, our 10,000 is within the IPPD system, and we get only one.
Thank you. Do you have any relatives? And by this, I mean the immediate and workers.
Complete your
Workers
sentence.
like maybe herdsmen and what?
Maybe complete
or
your
even a
statement.
girlfriend, concubine. Do you have any such people?
Can you complete your statement? Because I don't understand.
I think the issue was here. Let me clarify. What
That is in the
honorable member
payroll.
is asking. Do you have any other relative of yours in the payroll or outside payroll?
Because he never completed that statement. I wanted to.
Oh, he has helped me. The chairman has helped me.
Yeah, I can confirm that there is none. you know what, the way you asked me, I would have told you yes.
What about was it CEO?
None.
None.
Okay. Honorable members, I think now we shall have to raise that session. And I will request that now, Waziri, maybe in a minute, each one of you to give your closing remarks for the session.
Chairman.
Yes.
Should I pose just one question? A question to both CC and Waziri, CC and CO. We understand fisheries is a default function.
Yeah.
And we have 12 fisheries officers. My question is, what have you done as a department to allocate resources to fisheries department? It is so painful that they are complaining. Okay, just answer that question.
Actually, we've supported fisheries before. There is even a time we had allocated resources to set up an hatchery in Kaimosi, but we have not been successful. What we have been doing is that we had a project, SDSP, we had identified fisheries as one of the projects, and those staff have been helping us in that. And actually, we have some farmers who are doing it, but I would want to admit that we've not done enough as we wish to do. And with the support of the Assembly, once we identify resources in the budgetary allocation for that directorate, we are more than willing to even increase more resources. Now that SDSP is done, and we are not sure whether we'll get another project soon, I have been campaigning also at the national to see that we are supported on aquaculture. Because Nandi, if you just call it fisheries, people may construe to mean that you have a lot of water bodies. So what we're trying to do also is, I've recommended to the cabinet to change the name to aquaculture instead of fisheries, so that we can attract also some funding for the aquaculture. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Maybe, Waziri, can you give your closing remarks?
Kindly before the remarks.
Honorable members, we still have another team to interrogate, please.
No,
we have
Chair,
the team from administration.
Yeah, we wanted to close it. This is a matter of yes or no, Chair.
Okay.
I was just asking, does the Kaimosi as a procurement officer? Or you still procure it, you do the procurement in head of department?
As soon as we complete the issue of autonomy of Kaimosi, remember it's still in the process because we are gazetting very soon the directors, the board of directors, so that Kaimosi can run independently and it will have its own procurement unit. As it is, we have a deployed officer there that is working with our main procurement officer.
So we have someone who is acting now in Kaimosi?
Not really acting, but you know what you do is that you deploy to help the person at the headquarters, the overall supply chain officer, to handle the procurement clerical work. So they are not really full-time procurement officer.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so Waziri, maybe we shall start with the director to give 1 minute or even 30 seconds closing remark.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and the honorable members. I think for me, I'm grateful for this engagement. It will go a long way towards, helping all of us to improve service delivery and to also put proper systems in place. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members. I want to take this opportunity to really thank the committee, the ad hoc committee.
Kindly through the chair, the chief to use a mic.
Thank you so much, the chair and the committee members. I'm just grateful for the opportunity to clarify some issues on the department. And as you are working on it, I just want to really appreciate that you're taking your time just to ensure that systems are put in place going forward and to ensure that things will be working right henceforth. Thank you so much.
Maybe before you give your closing remarks, there was one question that has actually slipped. And after us passing the bill of making Kaimosi autonomous, is it making profits? Are we realizing any profits from Kaimosi? Maybe that one, the CEO will give your comment, and then finally Waziri to close.
Yes, I can say yes, because the resources that you have put there, starting with dairy, there has been an increased revenue income. Likewise to tea and other farm inputs. So we have not done that much because it is just recently.
Give your closing remarks so that Waziri will just close it.
Okay, thank you so much, Waishimiwa. I want to appreciate this day. You know, life is funny. 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I was seated where you were seated and executives were seated here. And these guys were telling me, hey, are you frightened? And you are there. So life is funny, and I thank God. And I say that in case there is any further information that you require from us, we are ready to provide at any time, as we are trying to meet the timelines on those we have already requested us to provide. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And just to respond on Kaimosi, as I've said, once the Board of Directors is fully operational, we should be able to also now set targets for them because they'll have a work plan and the budget, and it will help us to monitor their performance. And as it is right now, since some interventions, we have seen some progress. Even in milk production, they hit the highest this year of about 400 liters. They have never been, probably it was below then. I mean, it has never gone beyond 100, but because of the change of the stock, we are seeing that. And we are doing interventions from every value chain to the other. Coffee, tea, proper management of the tables and all that. So we are seeing some good progress. Last is to register my appreciation to you, Chair, and the members of this ad hoc committee with the level of objectivity and scrutiny and the level of detail that you are able to go to even understand our implementation process. And we want to appreciate that this is an eye-opener for us to even be more keen, even as we do implementation of the projects. Sometimes you get overwhelmed and you may not be able to really place your hands and eyes every corner. Sometimes we have also been constrained by resources and all that, but we want to promise that as a department, we'll continue to collaborate and to even, in the spirit of mutual responsibility and accountability, we will be responding, coming here anytime you expect us to respond, and also to provide any necessary information, as we have done already, that can facilitate you also to do your job, which is the oversight over us. And we appreciate for this moment to sit with you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Waziri and your team and all the honorable members. I would like to direct that all the documents that we've directed that you present to us, should be done so by tomorrow 10. And also, you know, we have a meeting with you on Friday concerning the NARIC issue that we've not actually dealt with today. So maybe we want to appreciate for your time and for honoring the summons.
Chair, if I request, so on Friday, whom do you expect? Because we received the summons for today. And I noticed also that we've not touched on any of the flagship projects. Though I know Pick and Pack had also made a request.
We are going to cover all the issues on flagship projects and NARIC on Friday. So maybe the summons were for you to appear today, but I think the summons for Friday are specifically for NARIC projects and the flagship projects. So maybe we look upon that we shall also meet on Friday to clarify on some of the issues, because you realize that the junior staff of NARIC might not be in a position to answer some questions that are critical. So you need to be there. So I want to thank you and appreciate you for the time that you've actually presented your issues. So the CEO, please make sure that all the documents by tomorrow 10, any decisions that is going to be made by this committee will be relied on the documents that you will present. So any shortfall of any document, we are not going to entertain. So honorable members, thank you very much. And may I request the Sergeant at Arms to usher the Waziri and the team out.